is a session where the high-level week is about resolving differences. We showed some of it yesterday already. But even the house of dialogue and diplomacy needs a renovation. That is why the UN80 initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member States have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and a tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there, today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because, after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind member states that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of Member States that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock, Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, dear heads of state and government, and representatives of the member states gathered here. This should be a time to celebrate the United Nations. Created at the end of the war, the UN symbolizes the highest expression of the aspiration for peace and prosperity. Today, however, the ideals that inspired its founders in San Francisco are under threat as never before in their history. Multilateralism is at a new crossroads. The organization's authority is in check. We are witnessing the consolidation of an international order marked by repeated concessions to power play, attacks on sovereignty, arbitrary sanctions, and unilateral interventions are becoming the rule. There is a clear parallel between the multilateralism crisis and the weakening of democracy. Authoritarianism is strengthened when we fail to act in the face of arbitrary acts, when the international society falters in defending peace, sovereignty, and the rule of law. The consequences are tragic. Throughout the world, anti-democratic forces are trying to subjugate institutions and stifle freedoms. They worship violence, praise ignorance, act as physical and digital militias, and restrict the press. Even under an unprecedented attack, Brazil chose to resist and defend its democracy, regained 40 years ago by its people after 2 decades of dictatorial governments. There is no justification for unilateral and arbitrary measures against our institutions and our economy. The aggression against the independence of the judiciary branch of power is unacceptable. This interference in domestic affairs is aided by a subservient far right who is nostalgic of past hegemonies. False patriots plan and publicly promote actions against Brazil. Peace cannot be achieved with impunity. A few days ago, and for the first time in 525 years of our history, a former head of state was convicted of attacking the democratic rule of law. He was investigated, indicted, trialed, and held accountable for his actions in a meticulous process. He has the right to defend himself was secured, a prerogative that dictatorships deny to their victims. Before the eyes of the world, Brazil sent a message to all aspiring autocrats and those who support them. Our democracy, our sovereignty are non-negotiable. We will continue as an independent nation and as a people free from any type of guardianship. Sound democracies go beyond the electoral ritual. Its strength presupposes the reduction of inequalities, the guarantee of the most basic rights: food, safety, work, housing, education, and health. Democracy fails when women earn less than men or die at the hands of partners and family members. It loses when it closes its doors and blames migrants for the world's ills. Poverty is as much an enemy of democracy as extremism. Therefore, we were proud to receive confirmation from FAO that Brazil has once again left the hunger map in this year, 2025. But in the world, there are still 670 million hungry people, and about 2.3 billion face food insecurity. The only war of which everyone can emerge victorious is the one we wage against hunger and poverty. This is the goal of the global alliance we launched at the G20 and which has the support of 103 countries. The international community needs to revise its priorities, reduce arms spending, and increase development aid. Relieve the service of the foreign debt of the poorest countries, above all African nations, and set minimum global tax standards so that the super rich pay more taxes than workers. Democracy is also measured by the ability to protect families and the childhood. Digital platforms offer possibilities for us to come together in ways we never imagined. But they have been used for sowing intolerance, misogyny, xenophobia, and misinformation. The internet cannot be a land of lawlessness. It's up to governments to protect the most vulnerable. Regulating does not mean restraining freedom of expression. It's about ensuring that what is already illegal in the real world is treated the way in the virtual environment. Attacks on regulation serve to cover up hidden interests and provide shelter for crimes such as fraud, human trafficking, pedophilia, and attacks against democracy. The Brazilian parliament was right to rush to address this issue. Last week, I proudly enacted one of the world's most advanced laws for the protection of children and adolescents in the digital environment. Also, we sent draft bills to the National Congress to foster competition in digital markets and to encourage the installation of sustainable data centers. To mitigate the risks of artificial intelligence, we are committed to building multilateral governance in line with the Global Digital Compact that was approved in this plenary last year. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are experiencing a time of growing polarization and instability. Maintaining the region as a zone of peace is and was our priority. We are a continent free of weapons of mass destruction, without ethnic or religious conflicts. The comparison between crime and terrorism is worrying. The most effective way to combat drug trafficking is to cooperate to suppress money laundering and limit arms trade. Using lethal force in situations that do not constitute armed conflict is tantamount to executing people without trial. Other parts of the planet have already witnessed interventions that cause greater damage than intended, with serious humanitarian consequences. The path to dialogue must not be closed in Venezuela. Haiti has the right to a violence-free future, and it is unacceptable that Cuba be listed as a country that sponsors terrorism. In the conflict in Ukraine, we all already know that there will be no military solution. The recent meeting in Alaska raised hopes for a negotiated way out. It's necessary to pave the way for a realistic solution. This implies taking into account the legitimate security concerns of all parties. The African Initiative and the Friends for Peace group created by China and Brazil can help promote dialogue and a diplomatic solution. No situation is more emblematic of the disproportionate and illegal use of force than the one occurring in Palestine. The terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas are indefensible from any angle, but nothing, absolutely nothing, justifies the ongoing genocide in Gaza. There, under tons of rubble, are buried tens of thousands of innocent women and children. There, we can see that international humanitarian law and the myth of ethical exceptionalism of the West are also being buried there. This massacre would not have happened without the complicity of those who could have prevented it. In Gaza, hunger is used as a weapon of war, and the forced displacement of populations goes on unpunished. I express my admirations to the Jews who, inside and outside Israel, oppose this collective punishment. The Palestinian people are at risk of disappearing. They will only survive with an independent state integrated to the international community. This is the solution defended by more than 150 UN members, reaffirmed yesterday here in this very plenary, but bared by a single veto. It is regrettable that President Mahmoud Abbas was prevented by the host country of occupying the Palestinian bench at this historical moment. The spread of this conflict to Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Qatar is fueling an unprecedented arms build-up. Madam President, bombs and nuclear weapons will not protect us from the climate crisis. The year of 24 was the warmest already registered. COP30 in the city of Belém, Brazil, will the COP of truth. It will be the time for world leaders to prove the seriousness of their commitment to the planet. Without a complete picture of the NDC's nationally determined contributions, we were walking blindfolded towards the abyss. Brazil has committed to reducing its emissions by 59% and 67%, covering all greenhouse gases and all sectors of the economy. Developing nations face climate change while grappling with other challenges. Meanwhile, rich countries enjoy a standard of living reached at the expense of 200 years of greenhouse gas emissions, demanding greater ambition and greater access to resources and technology. It's not a matter of charity, but of justice. The race for critical minerals essential for energy transition cannot reproduce the predatory and asymmetrical logic that has characterized recent centuries. In Belém City, the world will learn about the reality of the Amazon, Brazil has already reduced deforestation by half in the region in the last 2 years. Eradicating it requires ensuring decent living conditions for its millions of inhabitants. Promoting sustainable development is the objective of the Tropical Forest Forever facility, which Brazil intends to launch to compensate countries that keep their forests standing. But the time has come to move from the negotiation phase to the implementation stage. The world owes a lot to the regime created by the Climate Convention. Climate change needs to be brought to the heart of the UN so that it gets the attention it deserves. A council linked to the General Assembly with the power and legitimacy to monitor commitments provide coherence to climate action. This is a fundamental step towards a broader reform of the organization, which would also include an expanded Security Council in the 2 member categories. Few areas have worsened as much as the multilateral trading system. Unilateral measures have rendered fundamental principles, such as the most favored nations clauses, meaningless. They have disrupted value chains and threw the global economy into a pernicious spiral of high prices and stagnation. It is urgent to refound the WTO based on modern and flexible foundations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year, the world lost 2 exceptional public figures. Former Uruguayan President Pepe Mujica and our dear Pope Francis, both embodied the best humanist values like no other. Their lives were intertwined with the 8 decades of the UN's existence. If they were still among us, they would use this platform to remember that authoritarianism, environmental degradation, and inequality are not relentless, that the only ones defeated are those who stand idly by, resignate, and that we can defeat the false prophets and oligarchs who exploit fear and monetize hate, and that tomorrow is made of daily choices, and it takes courage to act to transform it. In the future that Brazil envisions, there is no room for the reenactment of ideological rivalries or spheres of influence. Confrontation is not inevitable. We need leaders with clear visions who understand that the international order is not a zero-sum game. The 21st century will be increasingly multipolar. For it to remain peaceful, it cannot fall to multilateral. Brazil is giving increasing importance to the European Union, the African Union, ASEAN, CELAC, BRICS, and the G20. The voice of the Global South must be heard. The UN has today almost 4 times more members than the 51 who were at its foundation. Our historic mission is to make it once again a barrier of hope and a promoter of equality, peace, sustainable development, diversity, and tolerance. May God bless us all. And thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, going to get it done, we have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3, have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back, too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly. As though they were alive, they want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week, and they've been fighting for 3.5 years. and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border, and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way, people don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea, tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible. as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint, it was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill.
Nós reduzimos os custos de energia porque nós faremos, como a expressão, vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Common to see one.
Por exemplo, se você olhar nos países em faturas de energia, nós não aclimatizamos. Mas nós, nos Estados Unidos, conseguimos usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nada e ninguém usa. Tudo isso como a mudança. Essa agenda mundialista não tem nenhum sentido.
Entire societies must be rejected
País
and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. For the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, and all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States,
please be seated? Please be seated.
Excellencies, could you please take your seats in due respect to the next speakers? The second row, could you please take your seat right now? Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask you, gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency, Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Moses Abelian, Under Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this august General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do in our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty. The United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this Assembly gave Indonesia independence, international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children's Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up. As the United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up. We cannot surrender our hopes or our ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together we must strive to achieve our hopes, our dreams. The United Nations was born from the ashes of the Second World War that claimed scores of millions of lives. It was created to secure peace, security, justice, and freedom for all. We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice, we will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice and legitimacy in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this Assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations, even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership, not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers have said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events of the last few days, where significant leading countries of the world have chosen to side with history, to choose the right side of history, the path of the moral high ground, the path of rectitude, the path of justice, the path of humanity, to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family. We may be weak individually, but the sense of oppression, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice. To close, I would like to reiterate again Indonesia's complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Excellency President of UNGA, Excellencies Heads of State and Government, Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished delegation members, on behalf of myself and my nation, I greet you all with most heartfelt feelings. I wish for the 80th United Nations General Assembly to bring blessings to all humanity. I am deeply honored to address you once again from this podium, which represents the collective conscience of humanity. I congratulate Mr. Young, who has completed his term as President of the General Assembly, and I wish success to Ms. Baerbock, who has taken over this position. At the outset of my speech, I would like to first express my regret at the absence today of the President of the State of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, at a time when Palestine is being recognized by an increasing number of countries. Today, we stand here on this podium. I stand here on this podium alongside my 86 million citizens, also for our Palestinian brothers and sisters whose voices are being silenced. I'd like to thank all the countries who announced that they recognize the state of Palestine, and I call on all the other countries who have not done so yet to do so, to recognize the state of Palestine as soon as possible. Esteemed President, distinguished members, the United Nations Charter was signed in San Francisco 8 years ago, and it entered into force on October the 24th, 1945. I would like to recall here again the first words of the first article of the UN Charter. Quote, "The purpose of the United Nations is to maintain international peace and security," unquote. As we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the UN in this hall, grave events are unfolding in many parts of the world that cast a shadow over the very first words of the UN Charter's opening article. Particularly in Gaza, right before our very eyes, genocide has been going on for over 700 days now. Even as we gather here, as we speak now, Israel is currently massacring civilians in Gaza. The number of civilian casualties in Gaza has surpassed 65,000. Unfortunately, the number of people who are still trapped under the rubble is not yet known, and more than 20,000 of those who died were children. For the last 23 months, a child has been murdered by Israel in Gaza every hour. Yes, every hour. These are not just figures, dear friends. All of these, each one of these is a person, a human being, innocent people. People are now being killed not with weapons, but with the weapon of starvation. In the 21st century, under the gaze of the civilized world, 428 people died of starvation. Out of those 428, 146 were children, and this number is increasing every day. Now, I will show you a photo, which is a picture from daily life in Gaza. The first photo, as you see, these are people. These are women with these cups that they are holding in their hands, cups and buckets. Just feel your conscience and answer the following question. Can we possibly have a reasonable reason for this brutality in 2025? But this shameful picture in Gaza has been unfolding and is being repeated every day for 23 months now. And there are 2.5 million Gazans who live in 365 square kilometers. And every day, what happens is they are being dragged from one place to another. The healthcare infrastructure of Gaza is completely collapsed. Doctors have been killed or they have disappeared while under custody. Ambulances have been hit. Hospitals targeted and destroyed. Treatment is not possible. Surgery is not possible. It's not possible to find medications. Now, dear friends, now as Tayyip Erdogan, with a heavy heart, with my heart bleeding here, I am telling you, innocent little ones, just 2 or 3 years old, without hands, arms, or legs, have become, unfortunately, a common sight to see in Gaza. This one. What kind of a human conscience can possibly bear this? Possibly. How can one stay silent vis-a-vis this? In a world where children are dying of starvation and lack of medication, can we possibly have calm and peace? We all are parents. We have children or grandchildren who we dearly cherish. Here, say in America or in Europe, anywhere in the world, when a small rose thorn hurts a child's hand, the hearts of parents break. But in Gaza, children's hands, arms, and legs are being amputated without anesthesia. Now, I'm extremely sorry to say, but this represents the lowest point of humanity. Human history has not witnessed such bloodshed within the last century. All of this is happening before our very eyes. The genocide in Gaza is being broadcast live every moment through the media and social media. So far, Israel has deliberately killed 250 journalists working in national and international media in Gaza. And they have closed all the entrance into Gaza, but they still have not been able to cover up the genocide. I wholeheartedly support Secretary General Guterres because he consistently draws attention to the ongoing genocide in Palestinian territories, and I would like to once again congratulate him for his courage. But the United Nations has not even been able to protect its own personnel in Gaza, unfortunately. In Gaza, 500 people rushing to help others have been killed. Out of those 500, 326 were UN staff members. Esteemed President, distinguished members, now, genocide, like the Holocaust, is a shameful concept which refers to the mass extermination of people. It's a barbaric concept. But today, it's not only people who are being killed in Gaza, mind you. Animals are being targeted and killed in Gaza. In Gaza, agricultural land, gardens, trees, grass, century-old olive trees are being destroyed. In Gaza, water supplies are being destroyed and polluted. Buildings, homes, libraries, hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and historical structures in Gaza are being deliberately destroyed. The soil of Gaza is being rendered useless for humans, for animals, and for plants. So, Now, let me show you yet another photo. And let me ask you here. Look at this photo. What could this photo here possibly have to do with security concerns? This is being against life, don't you think? Let me state this openly from this podium. There is no war in Gaza. We cannot possibly talk about the presence of two sides in Gaza. Because in Gaza, on one side, there is a regular army with the most modern, most lethal weapons. And on the other hand, there are innocent civilians, innocent children. This is not fight against terrorism. This is an occupation, deportation, exile, genocide, and life destruction, mass destruction policy carried out by invoking the events of October the 7th. Today, while Gaza is being destroyed under the pretext of Hamas, concurrently, simultaneously, the West Bank, where Hamas is not in power, is also being occupied step by step, and innocent civilians are being massacred through executions. Moreover, Israel is not limiting itself to Gaza and the West Bank only. By launching attacks on Syria, on Iran, Yemen, and Lebanon, Israel is also threatening regional peace. Just recently, an Israeli attack took place against a delegation meeting in Qatar for ceasefire negotiations. The attack on Qatar has also shown that the Israeli leadership is now completely out of control. Netanyahu is not obviously interested in forging peace or releasing the hostages. Not only Israel's neighbors, but all countries in the Middle East are subject to the Israeli government's reckless threats. And we must realize the following. Due to the increasing aggression of Israel, in Europe and the West in general, the values that emerged after the Second World War have been eroded. The most fundamental human rights, such as freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly and protest, women's rights, children's rights, democracy, equality, and justice, have been shelled away. At this point, we all have to see the following truth, my dear friends. The Israeli government, driven by an obsession with the promised lands, is openly threatening regional peace and the shared values of humanity. Three celestial religions. Jerusalem hosts all three celestial religions, and a common inherited holy place, Al-Quds, is holy for all three religions. This madness disturbs conscientious Jews. It fuels anti-Semitism around the world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore. We have to have ceasefire in Gaza as soon as possible. Attacks should stop. Humanitarian aid should be able to enter with no obstacles. The genocide team should be held accountable vis-à-vis international law. And God willing, this will definitely happen. Vis-à-vis the barbarity taking place in Gaza, everyone who is keeping silent is accomplice to this barbarity. From here, I would like to call on all the heads of state and government. Today is the day. Today is the day to stand firm alongside the oppressed Palestinians and alongside humanity. while your peoples back home are reacting to the barbarity in Gaza, do show the courage to take action here. Fulfill your humanitarian duty toward Gaza, where children are raising children. On this occasion, I would like to say the following. There are peoples all around the world who are taken to the streets. Unarmed activists and volunteers from different countries of the world, academicians, students, journalists, everyone, all the defenders of Palestine. I would like to say to them, thank you so much, and clear bows and favorable winds for their actions. Esteemed delegation members, for 13 years, I have spoken to you from this platform about the oppression and conflicts in our neighbor, Syria. Just as I raise my voice today for the oppressed people of Gaza, likely for 13 years, I have also drawn attention to the cries of the Syrians, and here I became their voice and breath as well. The persecution that caused the death of 1 million people and that forced millions more to flee their homeland has, thankfully, become a thing of the past with the December 8th revolution. Our Syrian brothers and sisters opened the doors to a new period as of December the 8th. I believe that the people of Syria who fought against a bloodthirsty regime will also be able to carry the victory they achieved at great cost to its rightful place, God willing. We'll support with all our means the vision of a one and unified Syria with no forms of terrorism, especially ISIS, being present. A free Syria where security is established is what we want. As stability takes root in Syria, the winners for sure will be all the neighboring countries, our entire region, along with Syrians. And the brotherly countries in the Gulf. I would like to thank them for their contributions for Syria to recuperate. All the regional and international actors who share the same principles with us, God willing, we will continue with our cooperation with all those actors in the same manner. Esteemed friends, we hope that the nuclear issue with our neighbor Iran will be resolved through diplomacy as soon as possible. It should not be forgotten that our region cannot tolerate yet another crisis. Meanwhile, the stability, security, and prosperity of our neighbor Iraq are extremely important for the well-being of our region. In this regard, we attach great importance to strategic moves based on stability and prosperity, such as the Development Path Project. In the north, we are hosting with great enthusiasm the Istanbul process between Russia and Ukraine, both of which are our neighbors. Through direct talks, we facilitated the exchange of several prisoners and corpses, and we worked to identify the modalities of peace negotiations between the parties. Don't forget, there is no winner of war and no losers of a just peace. So with this motto in mind, in the coming days also, we will continue to work hard for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, we have encouraged the parties from the very beginning to establish peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We are pleased that steps were taken on August the 8th, steps that will enable the establishment of lasting peace between the two countries. I would like to once again congratulate the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, the Prime Minister of Armenia, Nikol Pashinyan, and the American President Donald Trump, who contributed to this process, and I would like to congratulate them. On this occasion, I would also like to state that the normalization process between our country and Armenia is progressing as planned. Within the scope of the Ankara process, which is another of our mediation activities, we continue our efforts to resolve the conflict between Somalia and Ethiopia. I hope that the parties will successfully conclude this genuine initiative as soon as possible. Distinguished delegation members, we have been implementing the Montreux Convention, which guarantees security in the Black Sea. And we have been implementing this convention impartially and to the letter for exactly 89 years now. We want to see the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean as a basin of stability and prosperity where the legitimate interests of all parties involved are respected. We are ready for constructive cooperation on all issues, particularly on energy and the environment, and we expect the same approach from our neighbors. On this occasion, I would like to particularly underline that projects which exclude Turkey and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, such projects which exclude us will not be successful. Turkey has rights and authority in the western part of the island of Cyprus, while the Turkish Cypriots have legitimate rights in the areas surrounding the island. An Eastern Mediterranean Conference, which we have proposed before, would contribute to finding common ground. Resolving the Cyprus issue has been tried many times before, but due to the rigid stance of the Greek Cypriot side, no resolution has been found. We cannot possibly have this as a foundation for a resolution of the issue. There are two separate states and two separate peoples on the island of Cyprus. Turkish Cypriots are equal owners of the island, and they will not accept being a minority. The international community must put an end to the unfair and inhumane isolation that the Turkish Cypriots have been subjected to for half a century now. I reiterate the call I made at the last 3 UN General Assemblies. Let me repeat. I call on the international community to recognize the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic relations with it. Esteemed President, distinguished members, in the coming period, we desire a new beginning and vision in Turkey-European Union relations. This should not be a vision that just saves the day, but rather a vision that redefines the horizon and shapes our shared future. For this, it is of course important that the European Union is as willing and determined as we are. As a net security provider, we continue to contribute to the operations and missions of the United Nations, NATO, OSCE, and the European Union. The annual NATO summit next year will be held in Turkey, in Ankara. The USA, who is our NATO ally, our relations with them are continuing on trade, investments, energy, defense industry, in addition to other many areas, and we're strengthening our relations with them. Meanwhile, we attach great importance to the peace, stability, and prosperity of our brotherly countries in Central Asia, which is our ancestral homeland. Our Organization of Turkic States is moving forward with confidence on the path to becoming a global actor, going beyond being merely a regional umbrella. We are making intensive efforts to ensure the continuation of peace and stability in the Balkans, where we have strong historical, cultural, and people ties. The Balkan Peace Platform, which we established in July, is the newest and most concrete manifestation of our efforts in this direction. And this October, we'll once again assume the command of KFOR forces. In Afghanistan, our fundamental desire is that the current administration demonstrates an approach that embraces the society and that takes human values into consideration. In this process, it is essential that the international community does not leave Afghan people alone, and as Turkey and as the Turkish nation will stand by the Afghan people at all times. Esteemed friends, in South Asia, we consider the preservation of peace and stability to be of utmost importance. We are pleased with the ceasefire achieved following the tensions last April between Pakistan and India, the tension which had escalated into a conflict. It is important to see a cooperation between the two countries when it comes to counterterrorism. The issue of Kashmir should be resolved on the basis of resolutions of the UN for the best for our brothers and sisters in Kashmir through dialogue, we hope. In the continent of Africa, from education to health, from infrastructure to in other areas, our relations are improving annually. And while providing all possible support to Somalia, we are also continuing our humanitarian aid activities. In Sudan, the conflict that has been going on for over 2 years saddens us deeply. Stopping the bloodshed in Sudan and establishing sustainable peace is the shared responsibility of the international community. And Turkey's efforts in this direction will continue. The Great Lakes region has suffered greatly from years of ongoing instability and conflict. Our hope is that these conflicts in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo will give way to lasting peace and stability. We wholeheartedly support the efforts being carried out under the mediation of the US and the facilitation of Qatar. The increasing terrorist activities in West Africa, particularly in the Sahel Basin, are also of great concern to us. We will continue our unwavering efforts to ensure peace, tranquility, and stability for the peoples of this region with whom we share historical ties. Drawing inspiration from the historical double-headed Turkish Selçuk eagle, I would like to emphasize that our relations with Asian countries in Turkish foreign policy are of great strategic importance. We pursue a 360-degree approach in this policy. Within the framework of our Return to Asia initiative, we are deepening our engagement with regional organizations such as ASEAN, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, for example. We will continue to develop new partnerships with Asian countries, and we attach great importance to developing our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean region in a spirit of partnership and a win-win approach. We are determined to further strengthen the friendly ties we have established with all the countries in the region. Esteemed delegation members, increasing protectionist trends in international trade and disruptions in supply chains are leading to fundamental changes in the global economy. To successfully address current challenges, we support the reform of rules-based international trade, including the World Trade Organization. I believe access to affordable, safe, and sustainable energy is essential, particularly for developing countries, to be able to achieve their development goals. We are resolutely advancing the strategically important Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor project, which extends from China to Europe. We contribute to the development of world trade with our modern transportation infrastructure and the Baku-Tbilisi Kars line. On our journey to build a future that respects nature, we are moving forward with determination towards the 2053 net zero emission target. We are pleased to observe that the zero waste movement, under the patronage of my wife Emine Erdogan, has grown in waves around the world every year, reaching more people and hearts. In this process, it is no longer a choice for developed countries to fulfill their responsibilities. It has now become an obligation for them. As one of the countries providing the most development aid in the world, we are striving to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve the 2030 goals and to enable hundreds of millions of people around the world to live with dignity, we advocate for aligning the global financial architecture with the principle of leaving no one behind. And here, let me also particularly draw your attention to the following. While we grapple with geopolitical challenges, humanity is also witnessing an extraordinary leap forward in artificial intelligence, AI. The transformative power and the benefits offered by these technologies, no society should be deprived of these benefits. AI technologies should be used for the benefit of humanity, not as a new tool of domination. The UN Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries, which we host in Turkey, plays a critical role in closing the digital and technological gap. We have prepared a children's rights convention in the digital world, and we will soon open this up for ratification. I'm sure this will create a lot of awareness in this area, and we expect your support for this. On the other hand, in today's world, where racism, xenophobia, and particularly Islamophobia have reached alarming levels, combating these trends that directly threaten the culture of coexistence has now become an essential duty for humanity. It is significant that Mr. Moratinos, High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations, has also been appointed as the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on combating Islamophobia. As I stated here last year, the institution of the family is under threat today as never before. Defending the family, consisting of a woman and a man, means defending humanity, defending nature, life, and the future. Turkey will continue to defend the family in the face of ever-increasing attacks. Distinguished delegation members, the roots of the UN, established to prevent humanity from experiencing the disaster of war again, are filled with values that will eliminate the dark era we are in. We fully support the UN 80 initiative launched by Secretary General Guterres to make our organization more effective and more efficient. I hope this initiative succeeds as a process that will further strengthen all the activities of the UN. I express our readiness to provide strong support to this process, also driven by our vision of making Istanbul a UN hub. I sincerely believe that it is our shared responsibility to take steps that will restore the founding spirit of the UN in its 80th year. We will continue to say, the world is bigger than five until a system is established where the righteous are powerful, not the powerful are righteous. Our duty is not to abandon the system, but rather to repair it and to make it work again. Without a doubt, a more just, a fairer world is possible. Turkey will patiently continue its fight for the construction of a more just world. So may God help and aid us all. Once again, let me greet you all with kind regards and thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock. Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, ladies and gentlemen present here in this august forum. Peru is the center and cradle of great millennial civilizations, the last of which was the Inca Empire, which left us a legacy of greatness. We are also heirs of the Viceroyalty of Peru, which encompassed 2/3 of South America. We are a mestizo nation, a fundamental mix between Hispanic and Andean peoples, proud to be the heirs of the two greatest empires of Europe and America of the 16th century. The Peruvian people today are resilient, entrepreneurial, supportive, and lovers of peace, freedom, and democracy. Our great writers, Mario Vargas Llosa and José María Arguedas, shared the idea that Peru is a country of all bloods. Our identity creatively expresses that we are the unity of the diverse, united under the same red and white Peruvian flag. In our country, native peoples and peoples of the world live together in peace and unity as a great synthesis of Peru, the country in which Pope Leo XIV lived and worked in for 40 years, a naturalized Peruvian because of his deep love for our people, both for his supportive as well as his peaceful disposition and his Catholic and Christian faith. All studies indicate that we are the most entrepreneurial country in the world, which is why, after the COVID-19 pandemic, that due to poor government administration, claimed more than 2 million lives. But we have begun to recover. And today we look back on more than 17 months of consecutive economic growth. We have overcome the recession and inflation caused by political violence and by corruption, a failed coup d'etat, and the flight of more than $20 billion That was between 2021 and 2023. We have regained the trust of national but also of foreign investment, and we have embraced freedom. We are a solvent and a stable country. Because of the coup attempt of December 2022, which sought to establish a dictatorship by forcing all branches of the state into submission, I had to constitutionally assume the presidency of the Republic. Since that date, a narrative was established by which the coup plotter became a victim, and the president, who constitutionally and legally assumed the presidency, was accused by some quarters of being a coup plotter and usurper. Lies turned into truth, and truth turned into lies. This is one of the issues of our time. The building of false narratives to attempt to defend anti-democratic political projects. The thinking goes that ideologies of hatred, where they're projects of failed states that grow into all-powerful states, require, in order to impose their will, a false narrative, in order to achieve theirs through violence, and who, once in power, crush freedoms, silence the press and democratic opposition, violate human rights, and begin to control, to confiscate, and to expropriate private companies, creating a corrupt bureaucracy that destroys the economy, society, and public morality. The first step for achieving all of this is to build a narrative in order to lie, to deceive, and to manipulate. The ideology of class hatred is very skillful at distorting reality and building false narratives, because it uses the totalitarian method of repeating a lie ad infinitum, as was done in the world before the Second World War, and as is happening again today, because totalitarianism renews itself, presents itself with other faces, but it remains a serious threat to countries and to the world. The cynical narrative is reinforced by interventionism in the internal affairs of countries, supporting and spreading falsehoods to destroy democracy and eliminate freedom. In Peru, we have overcome strong, organized and persistent political violence that sought the return of the coup plotters' government, and since 2024, progress has been made in restoring stability and confidence. And this is why the Peruvian economy managed to grow this year by 3.3%. And in the current year, 2025, is exceeding 3.5% growth, with forecasts that in 2026 the trend of economic growth will continue. The government guarantees 3 years of economic growth, being the leader in South America. Inflation is below 2% annually. International reserves amount to more than $88 billion, and our currency remains stable, and it's getting stronger every day. Our external debt is less than 32.2% of GDP, one of the lowest in the Americas and in the world. And our fiscal deficit this year will be 2.2% annually. Madam President of this magnificent General Assembly, on October 24th, the UN was created after World War II, when one of the greatest totalitarian political projects built on an ideology of hatred, leading to the most serious genocide in human history, the Holocaust, was defeated. And this is something that we must never, I say never, forget. That dreadful war caused the death of 60 million human beings. All ideologies of hate, class hatred, and its elevation as a principle and driver of history, racial hatred, nationalist hatred, religious hatred, ethnic hatred, hatred against women, amongst others, are the causes for the worst crimes committed in human history. Ideologies of hatred build narratives as absolute truths that instrumentalize people and nations. The political constitution of my homeland, Peru, affirms that the defense of the individual and their dignity is the supreme goal of society and of the state. Peru, therefore, rejects the two principal hate narratives in the world, namely class hatred and religious hatred. These are the origins of wars and inhumane violence. In Peru, we suffered for more than 20 years from a messianic, dogmatic, violent and genocidal terrorism that cost the lives of more than 70,000 Peruvians. The terrorist hates elections and the citizens' right to choose and to stand for election. When they participate, they do so to destroy democracy from within. However, the narrative that they wanted to impose is a flagrant lie. The armed forces and the police, who defended the life and the freedom of Peruvians, are now accused of violating human rights. Thus, the heroes who defended life, democracy, and freedom are turned into victimizers, and the terrorists are turned into victims. In this way, the heroes who defended democracy are being persecuted in trials that drag on for decades, while the terrorists are compensated and considered victims. This is the world in reverse. The UN was a fundamental milestone in the 20th century, but in the 21st century, we must be more vigilant. It is our duty to prevent the world from plunging into new genocides and new violence. It is not acceptable in a civilized world that one country invade another using a false narrative to justify a war that first and foremost attacks the civilian population. It is not acceptable to slaughter civilians, to capture hundreds of young people, women, and even children, and use them as hostages. We live under the threat of international organized crime. In Peru, international crime based on extortion uses terrorist methods such as bomb attacks to submit citizens to its will. These criminal organizations that use weapons of war have created financial mechanisms to launder blood-stained money, sending large sums back to their countries of origin. They seek to normalize this violence, which requires, in order to be defeated, recognition by the UN as terrorist organizations and new national and international legislation to stop them being a threat to the democratic system and to the development of peoples. It is also imperative that we act against drug trafficking and illegal mining that destroys the environment, pollutes rivers, and condemns peoples and individuals to slavery. International crime has subjected thousands of women taken from their home countries through violence and deception and being exploited and deprived of their freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through times that recall the darkest chapters of our modern history, and Peru is convinced that the world does not need less UN, but more and a better UN, one that is in tune with the times. In times in which ideologies of hatred that cause and cause so much damage to humanity have taken refuge in lies, in misinformation, and which have penetrated democratic societies. Peru, as a founding member, is committed to an open multilateral system based on international law and the principles of the UN Charter. And we see in the UN the pillar of the model that has brought peace and prosperity. But we have to look at what's happening around us in the world. At this time, as we're meeting here, in other parts of the world, they are killing children, girls, boys, innocent people. Prosperity will only come if we are united and work together. And we have to adapt to new threats. Each of our countries has the duty to make their contribution towards finding solutions to the problems that we all face together. And my country is striving to do this. But the interconnection of our societies and economies means that it is only through international cooperation that we can resolve the crises which we face. If we do not reform the United Nations, our common home, to restore representativeness and effectiveness to its action, then we run the very serious risk of seeing one of the most precious instruments that the international community has for world stability disappearing. For this reason, Peru supports the work of the UN 80 initiative, launched by the Secretary General, placing particular emphasis on the need to refocus the organization on its fundamental functions, bringing it closer to the needs of peoples, and at the same time making it more efficient. UN 80 must be an opportunity to strengthen multilateralism and ensure that the organization is better prepared to achieve its essential goals. This reform can only truly become fully effective if it is complemented by a transformation in UN governance that prevents institutional stalemates when it comes to decision-making, while ensuring its suitability. Ladies and gentlemen, In Peru, our government is working to meet its commitments, both to our citizens as well as to the international community, facing the threat of organized crime resulting from the collapse of tyrannical governments that led to migration to other countries. This is true of our country. From day one, my government has fought to restore governance in the country and to defeat polarization and violence. In Peru, there is full separation of powers, the rule of law, respect for freedom, and human rights. My government is the most stable of the last 5 years, during which 5 presidents have succeeded one another. We are fighting for citizen security, facing crime that takes advantage of the rise in the price of gold and drug trafficking. We have achieved positive, verifiable results in these areas. We are working to strengthen human capital. We are fighting child malnutrition and anemia. And we are building schools and hospitals throughout the country, which has not been done in recent years. The priority is children, women, and the Peruvian family. We are modernizing the country's infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, bridges, designing an economy that is better connected to the world, as well as a firm policy for fighting corruption. Our goal is to guarantee free and impartial elections, defeating the attempt of a violent minority that seeks their failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations organization has always been present in the modern history of my country, particularly in its most difficult moments. Similarly to what is happening elsewhere in the world, and despite our efforts, Peru today finds its democratic institutions and the rule of law under attack by the polarization of politics, the cause and consequence of the return of extremist violence. We suffer from the scourge of transnational organized terrorist crime, which causes deaths, attacks, insecurity, and drug trafficking that destroys the social fabric. We face the threat of climate change that is destroying our Amazon, causing the melting of our glaciers, and putting our biodiversity at risk. We promote inclusive and sustainable growth in a context of opposing powers. But none of these problems is merely national, but global. This is why we need the United Nations to once again be a forum for dialogue and cooperation. I wish to recall the legacy of Ambassador Javier Pérez de Cuellar, who managed to do relevant work in the organization despite the Cold War. With that example in mind, and in view of our region's adherence to the purposes of the Charter, and in order to ensure better representation, we believe it is time for the next Secretary General to come from Latin America. Ladies and gentlemen, Peru is committed to ensuring that this General Assembly this year is not a mere commemoration, but the reaffirmation of our commitment to collective action that will revitalize the United Nations as a tool that supports peace, and global unity, as well as development. We must stand firm in the truth in the face of narratives that try to conceal it, pervert it, or openly lie in order to hide agendas that do not correspond to our time, much less to the destiny of humanity. For this reason, it is essential that we strengthen truth against narratives that are based on hatred, the lie repeated that seeks to impose itself and only leads to destruction. But despite all of these obstacles, truth will find a way, and truth will set us free. Peace and unity for Peru and for the world, for all those on the planet.
Ama Yulia Cuspa, buscando el desarrollo de.
Let us seek the development of our peoples, presidents of the world. Together, let us work together without hating one another. Let us work for the development of our peoples. Yes to life, no to violence, and no to war. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful.
General Assembly, at another occasion when I stand before you to address the same issue, the conflict in the Middle East. And not for the first time, developments on the ground have made me question the worth and utility of words in capturing the magnitude of the crisis. Yet not speaking about it would signal acceptance of the situation and abandonment of our humanity. And that I will not do. Our UN General Assembly was born 80 years ago, pledging to learn from, not repeat, history. The world vowed never again. However, for almost as long, Palestinians have been living through a cruel cycle of yet again, bombed indiscriminately, yet again, killed, injured, and maimed, yet again, displaced and dispossessed, yet again, denied rights, dignity, their basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict, one that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core? How long will it be before I stand before you and speak not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prospect, prosperity, and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And some may say that other wars are also devastating. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unique. It is the longest standing conflict in the world. An illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history. But although it is today's horror, the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence. How long will we be satisfied with condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory. The struggles and suffering on the ground is reality. For decades, we have seen several attempts to achieve a solution by interim agreements and temporary stopgaps, none that delivered on the end game. In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families too have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt out rubble, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins, widespread starvation. And what we are seeing is only a glimpse, because never in our modern history has the lenses of international media been obstructed like this from capturing the reality on the ground. Almost 2 years in, and the cruelty of this military campaign continues unabated. Furthermore, the current Israeli government's provocative calls for a so-called Greater Israel can only be realized through the blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors. And there is nothing great about that. I can't help but wonder if a similar outrageous call were made by an Arab leader, would it be met with the same global apathy? The international community must stop entertaining the illusion that this government is a willing partner for peace. Far from it. Its actions on the ground are dismantling the very foundations on which peace could stand, and intentionally burying the very idea of a Palestinian state. It has shown how little it respects the sovereignty of other countries, as we have seen in flagrant violations in Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and most recently, Qatar. And its hostile rhetoric calling for the targeting of Al-Aqsa Mosque will incite a religious war that would reach far beyond the region and lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able to escape. How long before we hold all nations to the same standards? How long before we recognize the Palestinians as people who aspire to the same things you and I do? and we act on that recognition. How long before we recognize that statehood is not something Palestinians need to earn? It is not a reward. It is an indisputable right. In Jordan, we are determined to work for a world in which people are secure in their homes, are safe to practice their faiths, and are able to live and thrive in dignity. As custodians of Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem, we safeguard these holy places against actions that violate the city's legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food. And we appreciate our regional and international partners. I'm also immensely proud of the many Jordanians, including men and women of Jordan Armed Forces, who are at the heart of this effort. Ground convoys, aircraft crews, doctors, nurses, and mobile medical staff who work even under fire to provide relief. These and countless others carry forward Jordan's deep heritage of compassion and generosity to a people in grave need. My friends, amid such darkness, there is a glimmer on the horizon. We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, one that ensures the release of all hostages, unhindered humanitarian aid, and support for the Palestinian people as they rebuild. We all know that force is no foundation for security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching generations of Israelis and Palestinians that their only recourse is the gun. Security will only come when Palestine and Israel begin to coexist. Seems I have the same problem as President Trump. Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolutions. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, alongside a secure Israel living in peace with its neighbors. For almost a quarter of a century, this has been the promise of the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the world's conscience stirring in the courage of ordinary people from every walk of life and every corner of the globe, raising their voices as one and declaring, it has been too long. This United Nations must echo that call. It has been too long, and it must act on that call until peace is a reality. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lee Jae-myung, President of the Republic of Korea, I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
I would like to express my respect and gratitude to all members of the United Nations and staff of the UN Secretariat for their contribution to world peace and shared prosperity. I extend my sincere congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 18th session of the UN General Assembly. I also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his unwavering dedication and hard work. I hope the 18th session of the UN General Assembly will achieve even more meaningful results under their outstanding leadership. Madam President, Mr. Secretary, and distinguished delegates, this year is a meaningful year marking the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. The past 80 years of the UN have been a valuable journey of protecting the dignity and values of humanity and at seeking a path forward for future generations. If someone asks what the UN has achieved, I would confidently reply, look at the 80-year history of the Republic of Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that the Republic of Korea's history, dotted with challenges and responses, is the history of the United Nations, which has constantly confronted enormous challenges facing humanity. Liberated from colonial rule the very year that the United Nations was founded, the Republic of Korea emerged from the scars of division and ashes of war through UN assistance, maintaining national identity while achieving industrialization and blooming into a democracy. Therefore, the Republic of Korea in itself is a country that has proven the value of the UN's existence. Whenever the Republic of Korea revived the hopes of lives as precious as the weight of the universe amidst horrific wars and disasters, the UN flag fluttered at the center of that intense solidarity. The United Nations has strived to provide equal rights and opportunities to everyone without discrimination, and has provided education and vaccines to make children's lives blossom. The small country in the East, which rose with the support of the UN and the international community, has become a proud UN member that is drawing the world's attention. It is raising its role and responsibility as a member of the international community more rapidly than any other country. There were times when democracy and peace were in crisis, but each time the Republic of Korea rose with indomitable strength. Even a safe coup could not break the people of the Republic of Korea's strong will, desiring democracy and peace. The revolution of light that the people of the Republic of Korea achieved against the darkness of the insurrection last winter was a historic moment that demonstrated the brilliant achievement of the UN spirit. The remarkable resilience and strength of democracy that the Republic of Korea has shown will be ours as well as that of the entire world. I need you to take my hand and guide me away from all this, away to where the light shines through, to where the flowers bloom. As the novelist Han Gang, laureate of the Nobel Prize in Literature, wrote, the Republic of Korea will be a milestone of light for all those who join the journey toward democracy. Today, at the UN General Assembly, where world peace and humanity's shared prosperity is discussed, I proudly announce that a new Republic of Korea, which will be a beacon of light for global citizens, has completely returned to the international community. Thank you. The Republic of Korea, which has grown thanks to the support and assistance of the UN, will not hesitate to take on the role of a leading nation, generously sharing its experience and history of restoring democracy. Despite ceaseless efforts from all corners of the world, the international community's determination and aspiration to maintain international peace and security 80 years ago still remains an unfinished task for everyone. 280 million people are still in a state of extreme hunger. Armed conflicts around the world, including in Ukraine and the Middle East, as well as the climate crisis, which has already become a real problem, threaten the survival of humanity. The answer lies in the wisdom of the pioneers who founded the United Nations, as well as the path that the people of the Republic of Korea demonstrated. There is only one way: more democracy. The people-centered government of the Republic of Korea, through the power of collective intelligence, is ceaselessly attempting innovations, seeking better alternatives in democracy. The way to solve common challenges facing the international community is no different. When all the countries experiencing the same problems gather here at the United Nations and continue multilateral cooperation, putting their heads together, we will all be able to move toward a bright future of peace and prosperity. I look forward to the UN 80 initiative presented by the Secretary General, taking root as a vision that achieves UN's evolution and advancement in line with the demands of our time. I also hope the UN Security Council can increase the number of seats of non-permanent members, reflecting changes in the international environment, and enhance its effectiveness and representation. As a member of the UN Security Council for the term 2024 to 2025, the Republic of Korea is making efforts so that the UN Security Council can respond proactively to threats to the international peace and security. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, having restored democracy, dreams of a better future. The Republic of Korea will fulfill its responsibility as a responsible global power that steadfastly upholds the values of freedom, human rights, inclusiveness, and solidarity championed by the United Nations. We will further develop our institutions and cultures so that everyone residing in the Republic of Korea, both nationals and foreigners, can be respected as an equal member of society in all fields of life. The Republic of Korea will strengthen and lead cooperation with the international community while realizing the value of respect for human rights. In a time of crisis where immediate survival is urgent, words like solidarity, coexistence, and cooperation may feel somewhat distant. However, humanity has always dreamed of hopes as high as its deep despair, and has achieved the progress we see today through a passion for a better tomorrow. The more difficult the times are, the more we must return to the basic spirit of the UN, which is trust in universal values of humankind. Just as the determination to not pass down the devastation of wars led to the founding of the UN and has prevented conflicts and preserved peace, we today must cooperate more, trust more, and join hands more firmly in order to build a better future, a better world for future generations. Democratic Korea will lead the way in multilateral cooperation toward a sustainable future.
Peace is a value that is more important than anything else. In the Republic of Korea, as well as elsewhere in the world, peace is the basic foundation for democracy and economic development. The disputes and conflicts we are currently facing vividly show how easily the ideals of human dignity and sustainable development can crumble without peace. Today, the Republic of Korea is fulfilling its responsibility as a key contributor to the United Nations peacekeeping and peacebuilding activities. Our brave soldiers who have
The 10,003rd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary General, distinguished President, ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Egypt, Kuwait, Norway, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invite permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in the meeting in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. In accordance with the Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following to participate in this meeting: His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Abul Hayt, Secretary General of the League of Arab States, and Her Excellency Ms. Kaya Kallas, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, and Vice President of the European Commission. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we are confronting one of the darkest chapters of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Nearly 2 years after the horrific Hamas terror attacks of 7 October and the devastating Israeli military response that followed, the violence has only deepened across the occupied Palestinian territory, with grave threats to regional and global peace and security. The Israeli military onslaught in Gaza City is compounding an already catastrophic humanitarian crisis. Countless Palestinian civilians and the remaining hostages are trapped under relentless bombardment and deprived of food, water, electricity, and medicine. Famine is a reality, with the population constantly forced to move and being starved. To call this situation untenable and morally and legally indefensible does not begin to capture the scale of human suffering. I have repeatedly appealed for an immediate permanent ceasefire, the immediate unconditional release of all hostages, and the immediate unconditional and unhindered humanitarian access. UN resolutions continue to be ignored, international humanitarian law violated, impunity prevails, and our collective credibility is being undermined. The violence is spreading from Gaza into the occupied West Bank and beyond, including several countries in the region and recently even Qatar. Efforts to secure a ceasefire and hostage release deal led by Qatar, Egypt, and the United States suffered a serious blow on 9 September. The Israeli attack was not only a violation of Qatar's sovereignty and territorial integrity, it also threatened the very norms and mechanisms we rely on for diplomacy and conflict resolution. Excellencies, the viability of a two-state solution is steadily eroding, now reaching its most critical level in more than a generation. Relentless settlement expansion, de facto annexation, forced displacement. Cycles of deadly violence, including by extremist settlers, have entrenched an unlawful Israeli occupation and pushed us perilously close to a point of no return. Israel's recent approval of settlement construction in the E1 area is especially alarming. If implemented, it would sever the occupied West Bank, sever the occupied West Bank, destroying the territorial contiguity of a Palestinian state. Israeli settlements are not just a political issue, they are a flagrant violation of international law. At the same time, the Palestinian Authority is facing an existential crisis. Fiscal, political, and institutional pressures are undermining its ability to function. Israel's withholding of clearance revenues, the suffocation of the Palestinian economy, and the sharp decline in donor aid have left the Palestinian Authority unable to pay salaries or deliver basic services. Urgent international support, financial and political, is needed to stabilize the Palestinian Authority and preserve its viability as a partner for peace. And yet, amid the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerged yesterday with the resumption of the high-level international conference on a two-state solution. I commend France and Saudi Arabia for co-chairing this important meeting and for helping to reignite political momentum. I welcome the recognition of Palestinian statehood by many more countries, including permanent members of the Council, France and the United Kingdom. This is the clearest path to a two-state solution. Israel, and an independent, sovereign, democratic, viable and contiguous state of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security on the pre-1967 lines, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states, based on international law and UN resolutions. We must seize this momentum. The so-called day after in Gaza must be anchored in international law, reject any form of ethnic cleansing, and have a clear political horizon towards a viable two-state solution. As I said to the General Assembly this morning, we must urgently reverse the dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence and the looming threat of annexation must stop. The calls of the International Court of Justice must be heeded, including for Israel to immediately cease settlement activities and end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. The illegal occupation must end. And we must support Palestinian institutions, politically and financially, to carry out essential reforms and ensure fiscal stability.
Excellencies, a just and lasting peace will never be built through more violence. Peace demands a collective commitment to diplomacy, to international law, to the dignity of all people. There are actions that the Security Council must take. There are responsibilities each member of this council must uphold. We cannot let this fragile moment slip away. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I thank again the Secretary General for his briefing. It is yet another stark reminder that the situation in Gaza stands as one of the gravest challenges to international peace and security. The immense scale of human suffering and the implications for regional stability demand our urgent and united attention. This is not an abstract challenge, but measured in lives lost every day. Nearly 2 years have passed since Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7, 2023. In that time, more than 64,000 people have been killed. The humanitarian crisis worsens each day, with people in Gaza, particularly women, children, and other vulnerable groups, facing constant threats to their lives and safety. Equally troubling is the famine now unfolding in Gaza. According to the recent IPC report, more than 500,000 people are already facing famine. The crisis is projected to spread to Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis in the coming weeks. We must prevent any further devastation for civilians already in desperate conditions. Safe, sustained, and unimpeded humanitarian access must be guaranteed without any further delay. We call for the immediate lifting of all restrictions on the entry and distribution of humanitarian assistance. Excellencies, the Republic of Korea is deeply alarmed by Israel's ground operation to seize control of Gaza City, which risks further exacerbating an already catastrophic humanitarian crisis. We are also gravely concerned that its decision to resume construction in the E1 settlement area would threaten to isolate Palestinian communities in the area. Given the dire situation, upholding international law, in particular international humanitarian law, is imperative. These rules are not aspirational ideals, but binding obligations designed to safeguard human dignity, even in the darkest moments of conflict. We urge all parties to comply fully with these principles. In this difficult context, the Republic of Korea remains gravely concerned about Israel's recent attack in Qatari territory. This act is unacceptable. It not only violates the territorial sovereignty of the state of Qatar, one of the key mediating countries, but also jeopardizes ongoing negotiations to achieve an immediate ceasefire and secure the release of all hostages held by Hamas. We reaffirm our full support for the tireless mediation efforts of the United States, Qatar, and Egypt. We commend the unwavering commitment of Qatar's diplomatic mediation, which remains indispensable to ending the cycle of violence and creating a pathway toward stability. The Republic of Korea also reiterates its steadfast call for an immediate ceasefire and the unconditional release of all hostages. Securing their freedom, together with establishing a permanent and fully respected ceasefire, are indispensable steps towards a just and lasting peace. Excellencies, the Republic of Korea deeply understands the Palestinian people's aspiration to establish their own state. We believe that the two-state solution is the only viable pathway to resolve the Israel-Palestinian issue and to build lasting peace. The Korean government will continue to play its due role in the international community's growing efforts to build peace and stability in the region based on the two-state solution. Taking all considerations into account, Korea is committed to recognizing Palestinian statehood at a time when it would be genuinely conducive to realizing the two-state solution. As we deliberate today, let us not lose sight of our common goal, a Middle East where peoples of all walks of life can coexist in peace, security, and prosperity. Korea stands ready to contribute to alleviating civilian suffering, upholding the principles of international law, and helping to lay the firm foundations of a just and enduring peace for all. I now resume my functions as the President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Ishaq Dar, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I wish to express my gratitude to you, Mr. President, this meeting. I welcome the participation of all distinguished ministers joining this important discussion today. I also thank Secretary General for his valuable briefing and thoughtful remarks. The Secretary General's voice has always been of wisdom and compassion in Palestine and beyond. To promote peace and alleviate human sufferings, we salute this dedication and devotion, Mr. Secretary General. Mr. President, we meet today in the shadow of a profound and deeply troubling tragedy. The Palestinian people are enduring unimaginable suffering, an unbearable daily toll of human lives, the destruction of homes and neighborhoods, and the obliteration of essential infrastructure. Hospitals, schools, and markets lie in ruins. Roads and utilities have been shattered. The very fabric of society has torn apart. Over 64,000 lives have been lost, and over 100,000 have been injured. These are not mere statistics. They were grieving mothers, anguished fathers, suffering children, and revered elders. The devastation is immense. The grief is immeasurable. The word must not remain silent. The humanitarian situation in Gaza has reached catastrophic proportions. Starvation grips the population, and famine has taken hold. According to the latest Integrated Food Security Phase Classification (IPC) analysis, famine is now a reality in Gaza City, putting over 500,000 people at grave risk. In Khan Yunis and Deir al-Bala, famine looms imminently, threatening countless more lives. The ongoing military operations in Gaza City inflict a relentless toll. Dozens of Palestinians are killed each day, entire families displaced, and communities torn apart. Already, 300,000 people have been uprooted, and nearly 1 million face imminent displacement. The roar of fighter jets, the plumes of smoke from tank fire, and the collapse of buildings. What must this relentless violence mean for women, children, and the most vulnerable? And what of the hostages caught in the crossfire, whose lives hang in the balance? Mr. President, in the West Bank, illegal settlement expansion continues unabated. The latest E1 plan is grave violation of international law and relevant UN resolutions, as well as a stark manifestation of settler colonialism in the 21st century, a blow to the two-state solution. Mr. President, the time for action is upon us. Pakistan calls for the following urgent and concrete measures. 1. An immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire to halt the bloodshed and prevent further loss of lives. 2. Full, unhindered humanitarian access to Gaza and the immediate lifting of the blockade to allow life-saving aid to reach those who are in need. 3. A categoric end to any forced displacement of Palestinians from their lands, while upholding the right of return for refugees in accordance with the international law and establishing an international protection mechanism. And, Mr. President, Pakistan reaffirms its unwavering support for the Palestinian people in their just struggle for dignity, justice, and self-determination through the establishment of a sovereign, independent, and contiguous Palestinian state on pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Pakistan welcomes the two-state solution conference chaired by France and Saudi Arabia. We also commend the recent recognitions of the State of Palestine by numerous member states, a step that reflects adherence to justice and the principle of international law. Pakistan had the honor to be among the first few countries to recognize the State of Palestine following the Declaration of Independence in 1988. This positive momentum must be sustained with resolute determination, seriousness of purpose, and an unwavering commitment to achieving a just and lasting solution. Mr. President, the people of Palestine are facing a crisis of historic proportion. Their suffering is a stain on our collective conscience. Gaza has become a graveyard for the humanity as well as for the global conscience. We call upon the Security Council and the broader international community to act decisively, to uphold human dignity, to ensure accountability and deliver justice. The time for words has passed. The time for action is now. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Dar for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Tanya Fayon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia.
President, and I thank the Secretary General for his briefing and his personal commitment to this issue. Mr. President, upon entering the UN Security Council, Slovenia felt the heavy weight of responsibility of this council to uphold international peace and security, a weight that translates to upholding international law and rejecting double standards, choosing global benefit over national interests, being ready for difficult conversations with partners and instead of silence. Everyone who enters this Security Council or is a permanent member of this body should know that membership entails a responsibility to act. And it does not matter whether a threat to peace and security is unfolding in Ukraine or in Gaza. In both of these conflicts, international law is disregarded blatantly and red lines crossed persistently. Excellencies, this year we again witnessed immense numbers of deaths among civilians in armed conflicts, with many of them being women and children, lives shattered by starvation and displacement. Let us be reminded we have built a system that should prevent atrocities, and we promised a never again. Yet what we saw this year was a Security Council paralyzed by disrespect of this Council's resolutions and disregard of decisions of international courts. Colleagues, we should stand up to this. When politicians facing charges for war crimes and crimes against humanity are walking free, while judges are put under sanctions, we cannot afford to remain silent without becoming complacent. Let me be clear, when all rules and obligations of the international system we had constructed fail, this itself is a threat to international peace and security. Mr. President, Gaza has become a textbook example of failure of international community. It has become a place in which people dread the nightfall and fear what a new day will bring. Gaza has become the deadliest place for children, the deadliest place for humanitarian and medical workers, and the deadliest place for journalists. The place of first ever proclaimed famine in the Middle East, marked by continuous offensives and strikes against hospitals, schools, homes, shelters, and holy places. It is defined by death and despair, and where hostages suffer and civilians count heartbeats left. Gaza is a man-made catastrophe which is live-streamed across the globe and sustained by those acting in contradiction to everything we stand for. And Mr. President, existence of reasonable grounds to conclude or finding that acts may amount to genocide are threats to international peace and security. We commend the work of the judicial and investigative mechanisms, the ICG, the ICC, and the Commission of Inquiry, particularly for its latest report for sounding the alarm. It is not on us to question their findings, it is on us to act on them. And demands of a large majority of international community are not performative diplomacy. Calls for a ceasefire, irreversible political steps, and even simple expressions of solidarity are not stage-managed acts. They paint a dark picture of international community in despair. Understanding that never again has become a failed promise. And Mr. President, the two-state solution is equally in a need of concrete and irreversible action. I welcome the new wave of countries recognizing the state of Palestine, and I call on others to take bold steps to recognize Palestine and normalize ties with both states. We must step up to prevent further disintegration of this vision and to counter occupation and annexation, forced displacement, human rights violations, and terrorism and extremism. Slovenia firmly supports the role of United Nations, including UNRWA, in addressing the ongoing crisis and in paving way to the two-state solution, and of the Palestinian Authority in carrying out reform and assuming full political ownership in the state of Palestine. And I appeal to all of us, do not let the future of Israeli people be defined by terrorism and violence. Do not let the future of Palestinian people be defined by occupation and perpetual human rights violations. And I appeal to you, do not let our collective future to be defined by the stain of the Gaza genocide. Act now. There is no bigger threat to international peace and security than a cycle of violence perpetrated by continuous fear, everlasting hate, and uncertain future. The stories of children starved to death, a threat of a population displaced, and a territory in fear should be all we need for us to understand that the time for the immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire is now. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Fayon for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Attaf, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad, and African Affairs of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this session and for responding to the request of the Group of Islamic States in the Council. I also thank His Excellency, the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his valuable briefing covering the recent developments in the Middle East. This region has become synonym to destruction and devastation, a synonym to injustice and oppression, a synonym to criminality in its harshest forms and manifestations. How can it not be so, while this region has known all these horrors that no other region has known for successive generations? Without any exaggeration and without any qualifications, the situation there is self-telling, whether be it regarding the Palestinian cause, particularly all the regional landscape in the Middle East in general. On the Palestinian level, we cannot deny anymore that Gaza and for more than 2 years have been witnessing a full-fledged genocidal war. This has been confirmed by the UN Commission of Inquiry. And there is no doubt today that famine is indeed occurring in Gaza after our organization has confirmed famine in Gaza officially. There is also no room for interpreting the designs for displacement, reoccupation, and the annexation of Gaza and the West Bank after the Israeli occupation started implementing these designs and announcing them blatantly and brazenly. On the regional level, the Israeli aggressions continue unabated. An Israeli aggression against Yemen, followed by an Israeli aggression against Lebanon, then an Israeli aggression against Syria, followed by an Israeli aggression on Iran, and a few days ago, yet another Israeli aggression against the state of Qatar. Needless to say that this list might expand even further following the threats against other countries in the region. This is the unjust and the tragic situation that the Israeli occupation is trying to entrench. The Israeli occupation is opening new fronts of aggression, one front after the other. This council does not have to solve riddles anymore, now that the Israeli occupation itself is boasting about its achievements. The Israeli aggression is first aiming at undermining any prospect for the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state, not on the ground alone, but also in the minds of people, if possible. Second, the Israeli occupation aims at redrawing the borders in the region based on its imagination and its illusions, basing itself on the most dangerous myth, which is the myth of Greater Israel. Third and last, the Israeli occupation aims at entrenching its absolute monopoly over the region and at having the final say in that region, to attack whomever they want, whenever they want, and however they want. They give no regard to international law, nor to the UN Charter, and not even to the merest rules and customs related to civilized coexistence. Beyond all that, the Israeli occupation dares to promote their lies. They say that the Palestinians want them out, while they deny their right to exist, their right to life, and their right to build their own independent sovereign state. The Israeli occupation dares to promote their propaganda, claiming that they are alone, surrounded by enemies who want to destroy them, while they have been acting arrogantly against all the countries of the region. In addition to all the above, the Israeli occupation is claiming to be a shrine for democracy and the rule of law in the region, while they have proved for the whole world that they are the greatest danger to right and to law, and that they are the gravest threat threatening security and stability in the region and international peace and security. The tragedies and horrors that the Middle East is facing today require us to reconsider peace and security in the region and to approach them differently from a more comprehensive perspective that accepts no fragmentation. The issue of security in the Middle East did not start on the 7th of October 2023 in order to be associated and reduced to that date. That would be unjust and biased. The history of the region runs parallel to the history of this organization. It proves that the Palestinian cause remains the central cause that cannot be obliterated, that cannot be ignored, and cannot be marginalized. Today, we see for ourselves how attempts at liquidating this cause only added to its legitimacy and made it the most just cause on the planet. The history of the region is carved into the resolution of this Council. This history proves that there is no alternative to the two-state solution and to the establishment of the State of Palestine along the borders of 1967 with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. This is the just, lasting, and final settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian crisis or conflict. Today, we also see for ourselves how the designs to obliterate this state only made it more resolute through the diplomatic recognitions. Algeria welcomes these recognitions and calls for strengthening them in order to grant the Palestinian state full membership in our organization. The history of the organization is also rooted in international legitimacy. This history proves that there is no alternative to putting a final end to the exceptional, unjust treatment granted to the Israeli occupation, including impunity, non-accountability, and no punishment. And today, we also see for ourselves how the overwhelming majority of the member states believe in the importance of dissuasion and accountability for those who believe that they are above all the rules, regulations, and laws that others are respecting. Furthermore, the history of the region also shows that security and stability in the Middle East will not be achieved if our Council does not shoulder its responsibilities. The fate of the Palestinian cause and the fate of the Palestinian people, the fate of all the countries and peoples of the region, all these fates depend on the will of this Council and on the Council's ability to impose the respect of its resolution, to impose the respect of international legitimacy, and its ability to dissuade all violations and to end impunity. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Attaf for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Musa Timothy Kaba, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, I thank His Excellency Cho Hyun, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for convening this meeting at the request of Algeria, Guyana, Somalia, Pakistan, and Sierra Leone. I also thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his important briefing. My delegation commends the principled leadership of the UN Secretary General and the work of the UN teams in the field. Mr. President, the overall situation in the Middle East remains fragile and evolving. However, while some areas such as Lebanon and Syria are experiencing significant less violence than before, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, in contrast, are in very dire circumstances, with civilians enduring over 23 months of unimaginable and increasing violence. We recall the attack by Hamas and other armed groups of 7th October 2023 that led to the killing and taking of hostages of Israeli civilians, and reiterate our unequivocal condemnation of that heinous action, especially the taking of hostages. Sierra Leone further recalls that since the start of this conflict, the Council has remained seized of this subject, having received extensive briefings on the prevailing security, humanitarian and political situation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. We regret that effort by this Council and the mediators to secure a deal that allows for the cessation of hostilities have been met with challenges. In this regard, we have concluded, along with other member states, that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can only be resolved by peaceful means and that the military option is not viable. The atrocities committed on and since the attacks of 7th October 2023 highlight the urgency of finding a comprehensive and lasting solution to this long-standing conflict. Sierra Leone remains dedicated to supporting international efforts toward a political, just, and comprehensive settlement that ends the occupation, stops settlement expansion, and addresses extremism and terrorism. Sierra Leone is gravely concerned that the continuation of this war deepens despair among civilians in the Gaza Strip and the hostages held by Hamas. With intensified hostilities, significant loss of life, destruction of critical civilian infrastructure, blockades and evacuation orders, the civilians in the Gaza Strip, including women and children, have borne the brunt of this war. The current status quo is unacceptable, as it is unbearable for the civilians with no seeming hope of survival. This is a blatant violation of the United Nations Charter, the provisions of international humanitarian law, and Security Council resolutions. Guided by the UN Charter, international law, and the rule of law, we emphasize the following key points. First, a complete cessation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and an irreversible political process leading to a permanent ceasefire. The parties to the conflict must recommit to ongoing peace efforts and take concrete steps that will prevent further atrocities. We acknowledge and commend the efforts of the mediators, Egypt and Qatar, and the United States to achieve this end. Second, the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, including Israeli civilians held by Hamas and Palestinian detainees held without due process. The immediate and unconditional lifting of the aid restrictions and restoration of full and unhindered humanitarian access. We emphasize the role of the United Nations and its partners, including UNRWA, to achieve this end. Third, Sierra Leone reaffirms its unwavering support for the two-state solution based on relevant General Assembly and Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 1812 of 1947, and consistent with Article 4, Sub 1 of the United Nations Charter. We welcome the endorsement by the General Assembly of the New York Declaration and reaffirm the legitimacy of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, including their right to an independent and sovereign state over the entire occupied Palestinian territory, in line with international law and agreed parameters. Fourth, Sierra Leone supports Israel's right to exist in peace and security, free from threats and attacks. Accordingly, we urge all armed groups to disarm and renounce violence, paving the way for the demilitarization of the Palestinian territory. Sustainable peace cannot take root while armed groups continue to operate outside the law. We deplore and reject any attempt to forcibly displace Palestinians from their land. Palestinians temporarily evacuated must be allowed to return to their homes at the earliest opportunity. Finally, Mr. President, we emphasize the need for the Palestinian Authority to be fully empowered and supported politically, financially, and administratively to enable it to continue implementing its credible reform agenda. As we celebrate the 80th session of the United Nations, let us reflect on the principles on which this very institution was built. Among its core values is to promote peace, justice, and the dignity of all persons. We must exercise the political will to deliver peace to the Palestinians and Israelis. Ongoing international efforts are a positive step that must be fully leveraged by both parties in good faith. The time to act is now in order to save the Palestinian people from the scourge of war. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kappa for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hugh Hilton Todd, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Guyana.
Mr. President, as a member state of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Guyana thanks you for facilitating the group's request for convening today's meeting. I also thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his remarks and for his consistent and principled advocacy on behalf of the Palestinian people and for peace in the Middle East region. Mr. President, the protracted Israeli aggression against Palestine cannot continue to be a defining feature for the politics in the Middle East. In recent times, the aggression has extended to other countries in the region, heightening instability and insecurity, driving Israeli poles away from its neighbors and undermining good neighborliness. The ongoing war in Gaza has itself become a catalyst of pain and pressure. Pain for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who are the targets of Israelis' instruments of war, starvation, bombs, bullets, displacements, dispossession, and other cruelties solely intended to subjugate the Palestinian nation. We have seen, for example, how famine unfolded in Gaza in full view of the international community, and 192 countries, could not stop it. The war in Gaza has also become a catalyst for pressure, political pressure, which seems to be the only way the occupying power might respond to the international outcry against the genocidal acts being perpetuated against Palestinians. Guyana calls on the member states of the United Nations to ensure that their engagements with the State of Israel do not in any way contribute to prolonging the war in Gaza and the Israeli oppression of the Palestinian people. It took a collective effort to dismantle the system of apartheid in South Africa, and Guyana firmly believes that an equally strong and organized international response is needed to ensure the end of the occupation of the Palestinian territory. I must underscore the importance of recognition of the State of Palestine by all UN member states as a pivotal part of forcing an end to the Israeli occupation. Recognition lends greater strength to international efforts to end occupation and to achieve an independent Palestine. On the question of the occupation, Mr. President, allow me to recall that more than 1 year ago, the International Court of Justice issued its advisory opinion confirming that Israel's prolonged occupation of the Palestinian territory is illegal under international law and must be brought to an end. The General Assembly later demanded that Israel end its occupation within a year. That is by the 18th of September 2025. That date has now passed without compliance on Israel's part. On the contrary, we have instead witnessed a series of developments that only entrench the occupation further and destroy the two-state solution. Ghana calls on Israel to respect the Charter of the United Nations, to abide by the relevant resolutions of the General Assembly, the Security Council, and other organs of the United Nations, to cease its contempt of international law, and to commit to true peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, the occupation of the Palestinian territory and the attendant ills is a historic tragedy of proportions that should shock the human conscience across the globe. Sadly, however, what we are witnessing is an othering of the Palestinian people that makes it difficult for some to see Palestinian people as they see their own people. We must all reject the othering and fight for the rights of the Palestinian people, as we would fight for the rights of our own people. The right-minded, the peace-loving, and the promoters of justice must continue to defend the Palestinian people and oppose all attempts to erase them from their homeland. I conclude, Mr. President, by reaffirming Ghana's continued commitment to the two-state solution and by underscoring our conviction that the rule of law will ultimately prevail in the decades-long question as long as all member states choose to be guided by the principles of the Charter. I also reiterate the calls we have consistently made over the last 2 years for a ceasefire in Gaza. For the release of all hostages held in Gaza and Palestinian detainees held in Israeli prisons, for the unimpeded humanitarian access in Gaza. I also call on Israel to cease all its actions that are dismantling the two-state solution and the possibility of peace in the Middle East region. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Todt for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Lars Løkke Rasmussen, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I want to thank Mr. Cho Hyun, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for convening this meeting. And I also want to thank the Secretary General for his very insightful briefing. Through the chaos of this abhorrent war, he has consistently raised his voice and that of United Nations in support of peace. And Denmark commend this kind of leadership. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the tireless efforts and sacrifice of the UN staff on the ground. Colleagues, I'm speaking to you today not only as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, and by so a politician responsible to the people of Denmark, but also as a member of this council responsible for the maintenance of international peace and security, and as a grandfather, responsible to my grandchildren, who I'm totally convinced one day will ask what I did, what we did, in the face of such immense suffering. Colleagues, I ask you today, how will we answer them? That we stepped up and met the challenge of peace, or that we idled in inaction and watched helplessly as the horrors unfolded? Mr. President, nearly 2 years have passed since the war in Gaza began. It was unleashed by the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas on the October 7th, an attack that tore through Israeli families, that left parents without children, children without parents, a nation wounded to its core, hostages and their families going through unimaginable suffering. Denmark has condemned this attack in the strongest terms possible, and we will continue to do so, just as we will continue to insist on the immediate and safe release of every hostage. Denmark considers itself as a long-standing friend of the people of Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself against terrorism. This I have always supported, and this I will continue to support. But friends also have to speak the truth to each other. And today we must face the fact that Israel's war in Gaza has created a humanitarian catastrophe of unbearable scale. Israel must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. The human suffering in Gaza must be brought to an end, and it must happen now. Tens of thousands of civilians have already been killed, including over 18,000 children. This constitutes a classroom of children every day. It constitutes a humanitarian and human failure of unprecedented scale. We are witnessing an ongoing expanding military operation in Gaza City. Children starving with no access to clean water or medicine. Doctors forced to amputate without sedation. Mothers powerless to feed their babies. A famine unfolding before our eyes. While the World Food Programme alone has enough food to feed Gaza for months waiting at the border. This is also why Denmark, on behalf of the E10, coordinated a resolution for this Council just last week. The resolution demanded a ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and that the government of Israel immediately lift all restrictions on the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza in line with international humanitarian law. These are demands that the international community has reiterated on multiple occasions, including just yesterday in the General Assembly. And I deeply regret that the resolution did not receive the support of all 15 Council members. But today I restate these demands. Israel must change its course immediately. The war in Gaza must end. The Security Council, as the body responsible for international peace and security, should be able to make this demand. Indeed, this should be the bare minimum that we can do. But around this table, that means all of us, every single member, working in concert and common cause towards this goal. It means setting aside political differences to save lives. Last week, 14 members of this Council were willing to do this. We hope that this can soon become all 15. So to our American friends, just this morning, President Trump said that we have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. He said we have to negotiate immediately to negotiate for peace. Denmark continues to support the dedicated efforts of the US, Qatar, and Egypt to mediate a ceasefire. Your unwavering commitment to find a path to peace is critical in the context, but we count on you in this Council too. Your leadership is critical in our joint aspirations of bringing peace and stability to the region. Mr. President, I will conclude very soon. Denmark has consistently contributed to ease the suffering through humanitarian contributions. Together with 24 other countries and the EU, we have called on Israel to resume medical evacuations from Gaza to the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and we stand ready to support the treatment of those patients. Mr. President, 2 weeks ago, I visited the region, which I have done several times since 7 October. I have met with the Israeli families of hostages. The pain is real. The demand must be immediately and unconditionally answered. I also met with Palestinians in the West Bank who face checkpoints, settlements, settler violence, destroyed property and land grabbing, and their pain is real as well. The longing for freedom and dignity is evident. So, Mr. President, the two-state solution remains the only solution to lasting peace for two people, both deserving of security, both deserving of dignity. This was confirmed during the high-level conference on the two-state solution yesterday. It is clear that the momentum is growing, that we are witnessing a renewed energy and enthusiasm for peace based on the two-state solution, a solution that Denmark is prepared to build on. And this is why I said yesterday, and that I repeat today, the keys to recognition of the Palestinian state should no longer lie in the hands of the Israeli government. The Palestinians themselves must become masters of their own destiny. The time for the end of this decades-long struggle is now. The only path to lasting peace is the two-state solution for both Palestinians and Israelis. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rasmussen for the statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Yvette Cooper, MP, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom.
Can I thank the President today and also the Secretary General for the briefing at the beginning of this crucial session. Yesterday, alongside other ministers here in New York this week, I hosted a session to hear from doctors who have recently returned from Gaza. And the stories they told would stay with me forever. One told of the screams of toddlers and the scream of a toddler who she had operated on without full anesthetics, and how she hoped and prayed that he would not feel pain. Another told of the seriously malnourished pregnant women affecting their babies, and they talked about doctors and nurses whose family members were killed but who still came back to work in hospitals in unimaginable conditions to help others. And they told of how the absolute basics of modern medicine, like antibiotics and anesthetics, things that we around this council table take for granted for ourselves and our loved ones, were unavailable, blocked and denied. And we say the words humanitarian crisis, but this is what it means, the pain and the screams of a toddler who cannot get the basic health care that they need. And only 18 out of 36 hospitals in Gaza now remain open, all of them struggling to operate amid severe shortages of fuel, medicine, equipment and staff. Over 1,700 healthcare workers have been killed in Gaza, more than 300 detained. This is what the catastrophic collapse of Gaza's healthcare system looks like. And as we are gathered here, Israeli forces are escalating the conflict in Gaza City, pounding more homes into rubble, sending frightened families scattering. It is incomprehensible, it is inhumane, it is utterly unjustifiable, and it must end. All that this action from the Israeli government will do is make a catastrophic humanitarian situation worse. More healthcare in crisis, harder than ever to get desperately needed aid to those who need it, more innocent children enduring a man-made famine, more civilians killed, but making it harder to get the remaining hostages out. Hostages who are still being held, who were seized by Hamas on the barbaric terrorist attack of October the 7th, and are still being held in the most horrendous conditions, prolonging the anguish for their families. And I reiterate our condemnation of Hamas and that barbaric terrorism in October the 7th. I met with some of the UK-linked hostage families again last week. Their ask of all of us is to keep the hostages at the forefront of our minds, to do everything we can to give their loved ones the chance of coming home and to achieve a ceasefire that gives them the chance to do that. And that must be our task. We know what needs to be done. We need a ceasefire now. We need the release of all the hostages. We need the immediate restoration of aid and support for medical care. And we need a broader framework for the lasting peace. And I welcome and support mediation efforts being made by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt to seek an end to conflict and to seek peace. We know too that Gaza cannot be seen in isolation from the West Bank. The Israeli government is tightening its stranglehold on the Palestinian economy and continuing to approve illegal settlement construction, including just recently in the E1 area of East Jerusalem, which is a further blow to the viability of a two-state solution. And we urge Israel to reverse these plans. After 2 years of bloodshed, I believe the world is united in wanting this awful war to end, united in wanting all the hostages released, united in rejection of any role for Hamas in the future of Gaza or the future of a Palestinian state, united in wanting Israel to unblock aid and end the humanitarian catastrophe, and united in wanting a better and more peaceful future for the region, with the reconstruction of Gaza, the dignity for its people, and a new era of relations to support their collective security. And that future must be based on a two-state solution. The UK's historic recognition of the state of Palestine this week is part of our commitment to peace, part of acting to protect the viability of the two-state solution as the only path to a just and lasting peace and to security for Palestinians and Israelis alike, part of rejecting extremist ideas on all sides, which involve too often fantasies of the destruction of the state of Israel or expulsion of the Palestinian population. We reject both of those, and part of our wider effort to work with partners on a long-term peace, not just to halt the immediate crisis, but to advance a pragmatic plan for what comes next. None of this can happen without an immediate ceasefire, and that is where all of this has to start. One of the doctors yesterday described the impact on children of growing up in trauma and devastation. And those will be the consequences on generations to come if we do not act now. We owe it to all of those children growing up in Gaza, across Palestine, across Israel. We owe it to all of them to build a better future. The time for peace is now. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Cooper for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Georgios Gerapatritis, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank you personally for convening this important meeting today at a very critical moment for the Middle East. Distinguished colleagues, what we have been witnessing in the Gaza Strip, words fail to describe. The humanitarian catastrophe is ongoing. For almost 2 years, the civilian population has endured conditions that are unsustainable and deeply concerning. No one should be compelled to live under such circumstances. The expansion of military operations in the city of Gaza has led to further displacement and risks, worsening an already dire humanitarian crisis. This reality endangers civilian lives. Any further escalation in Gaza, which worsens the already dramatic situation for civilians, must be avoided. The plight of children underscores the urgent need to guarantee safe, unhindered and sustained humanitarian access at scale to all parts of Gaza, in full respect of international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Greece is actively engaged in all efforts to alleviate the suffering of the people in Gaza. We have consistently provided humanitarian assistance. We have already welcomed injured children from Gaza for treatment in Greek hospitals. On another strand of effort, we voted in favor of every draft resolution that would address the crisis in Gaza, the latest demanding the lifting of all restrictions on humanitarian aid. And this past May, I stood alongside the representatives of 80 UN members here in New York, reaffirming the significance of protecting civilians in armed conflicts. Humanitarian access is crucial to alleviating the suffering of the Palestinian population. Safe access to food, water, shelter, clothing, and medicines throughout the territory must be guaranteed, and international humanitarian law must be respected. Initiatives to expand deliveries in Gaza by land, air, or sea must be further strengthened. At the same time, hostages continue to suffer horribly at the hands of Hamas. We were appalled by the images and videos released last month showing 2 hostages visibly emaciated as they described the appalling conditions of their captivity. We reiterate our call for unconditional release of all remaining hostages. Mr. President, we recall that this Council has rightly addressed the recent strikes in Doha earlier this month, which are even more concerning given Qatar's crucial role in hosting and mediating negotiations for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas alongside the United States and Egypt. We continue to believe that diplomacy remains the most effective tool even in the most difficult circumstances. Greece has unwaveringly supported the negotiation efforts and will continue to do so. And we urge all parties to rise up to the gravity of the situation, return to the negotiating table as soon as possible, and be guided by international law. Mr. President, recent settlement expansion in the West Bank and settler violence further impair the prospects for peace. We express our profound concern over announcements on the construction of additional settlements in the E1 area of West Bank. Such plans, were they to be realized, would further undermine the prospects of a two-state solution. The escalation of settler violence, including against Christian communities, is a cause for grave alarm as well. It needs to stop now. Mr. President, however remote or difficult the prospect may seem today, the two-state solution remains the only viable path forward. We need to provide the Palestinian people with a credible prospect of hope for the future. This is an indispensable condition for peace, stability, and security in the region, including the long-term security of Israel. We appreciate in this vein the leadership demonstrated by France and Saudi Arabia in co-chairing the two-state solution conference. We stand by all international initiatives, including the relevant Global Alliance and the Arab Plan, towards realizing this vision. We will continue to contribute to every effort that revives the political process towards a two-state solution, a political process which we firmly believe must lead to the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state through a revitalized and comprehensive approach, and which is essential for lasting peace and stability in the region. Against this backdrop, we see no role for Hamas, neither in governance nor in future discussions concerning the day after in Gaza. Therefore, Greece has repeatedly stressed that an empowered and reformed Palestinian Authority must play a central role in Gaza's future and remains the best partner for peace. The European Union has already stepped up, approving a 3-year package worth around 1.6 billion euros, crucial to preventing fiscal collapse and enabling the Palestinian Authority to fulfill its task. Mr. President, to Greece, the stability of the Middle East is not an abstract concern. It is an indispensable necessity. As a country of Eastern Mediterranean, at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, developments in the region have a direct impact on our own security, prosperity, and stability, as well as on Europe as a whole. We are convinced that only through dialogue and the rule of international law, we can build a safer neighborhood, one where peoples can coexist in dignity and security. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Gera Petritis for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Carlos Arturo Hoyos Boyd, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Panama.
President, Panama is grateful for the convening of this briefing at the request of the delegations of Algeria, Guyana, Pakistan, Sierra Leone, and Somalia. We would also like to express our thanks to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, for his briefing, which strengthens this Council's obligation, in line with the United Nations Charter, to respond with unity and responsibility, given the scope of the catastrophic situation unfolding in the Palestinian territories. For more than 7 decades, the Israeli-Palestine conflict has been characterized by a lack of political will to resolve its root causes, paving the way only to mistrust, extremism, and violence. The consequences of this lack of political will were brutally exposed on the 7th of October 2023, with the atrocious attacks carried out by Hamas, which we strongly condemn once again, and which claimed the lives of more than 1,200 people and kidnapped another 251 people, of whom it is believed that 20 are still alive, suffering in the darkness of tunnels, deprived of contact with their families and the most basic dignity. That episode only triggered a spiral of violence that led to an unprecedented war, given its scale of devastation in the Gaza Strip. More than 65,000 Palestinians, including 18,000 children, have died. Tens of thousands have been injured. Millions have been forcibly displaced from one side to the other, again and again, and entire communities have been reduced to rubble, leaving an indelible scar of suffering for thousands of families. In the 59 days that the ceasefire lasted for between January and March, it was possible to stop human suffering, to facilitate humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza, and to make progress in releasing the hostages. But since the ceasefire broke down, the catastrophic humanitarian situation has only got worse. More than 14,000 Palestinians have died and tens of thousands more have been injured. The hostages and their families continue to pay an unbearable price, trapped in uncertainty and suffering. As if violence were not enough, hunger is also claiming lives every day. The Integrated Food Security Classification has declared starvation in Gaza, famine in Gaza. More than 425 people, including 125 children, have died of hunger, not because there was a lack of food, but because of the obstacles preventing food from getting in. This tragedy has been exacerbated by the further development of the military operation in Gaza City, which is still inhabited by hundreds of thousands of people, and which has become the backdrop to intense bombing and land operations that have led to widespread displacement and dozens of deaths, including those of children. The devastation is also affecting essential services. Hospitals and health centers have been damaged, water supply systems, sanitation systems are collapsed, and there is extreme danger for those who are trying to save lives or tell the truth about what is happening. Humanitarian staff and journalists, of whom hundreds have been victims of the violence, nevertheless continue to carry out their work in unbearable conditions and under constant threat. No goal can justify using methods that violate international law or the protection of human life. That is why Panama once again calls for an immediate, sustainable ceasefire. We also call for the immediate, dignified, unconditional release of all of the hostages and safe, sufficient, unhindered access for vital humanitarian aid to get into Gaza. These are the basic conditions of humanity that cannot be put off any longer. President, the crisis is not limited to Gaza either. In the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, violence has reached alarming levels. Land fragmentation, insecurity, and a lack of prospects are undermining the possibility of any sustainable political solution. This year alone, more than 186 Palestinians and 16 Israelis have lost their lives in incidents in this area as a result of the conflict intensifying. This is in addition to hundreds of people who've been injured and thousands of people affected by restrictions that are conditioning their everyday life. The military operations and widespread detentions have displaced entire families, including children and older persons, while further closures and obstacles are threatening to isolate communities and cut off access to schools, hospitals, and workplaces, which is making an already unsustainable situation even worse. In addition to this, the recent unacceptable incident in Qatar, which we unequivocally condemn, reiterates the need to put an end to this conflict before it escalates any further. President, Panama reiterates that there is no military solution to this conflict, only a serious, comprehensive, and sustained political process based on international law and on the relevant resolutions of this Council, which allows Israelis and Palestinians to live in security and dignity within internationally recognized borders and with guaranteed rights and with verifiable guarantees for both. That is the only solution. That is the only possible way to put an end to decades of suffering and to pave the way to reconciliation. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Hoyos Boyd for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to thank the Korean presidency for convening this meeting based on the request from the OIC members of this council. I would like to welcome all the distinguished ministers participating in this meeting today. I would also like to express our gratitude to the Secretary General for his briefing. Mr. President, we remain gravely concerned about the continued escalation of Israeli military operations in Gaza. As we speak, these military operations are expanding rapidly, and for the 2 million people still trapped in Gaza, it's a death sentence, literally and figuratively. Since this war began, over 65,000 Palestinians have been killed, the majority of them women and children. Last month's IPC report has removed all doubts about what's happening in Gaza. Famine is no longer looming. It is taking place now. It is taking place now in front of our all eyes. The death of children from hunger and disease is not a forecast. It's a daily reality. Let us be absolutely clear. This is a man-made disaster created through siege, blockade, and systematic obstruction of humanitarian aid. The starvation of civilians as a method of warfare is prohibited, and the use of hunger as a collective punishment is a grave violation of international law. We must act with moral clarity. The International Court of Justice advisory opinion unequivocally reaffirmed the legal obligations of all states regarding the occupied Palestinian territory. These obligations are binding and they must be enforced. The blatant disregard for these binding decisions, including the provisional measures issued in January and March of this year, is a direct challenge to the international legal order. In that regard, I would like to make the following points. First, we reiterate our call for an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire. It's clear that there is no military solution to this conflict. Somalia recognizes and supports the ongoing ceasefire efforts led by Qatar, the United States, and Egypt, and commends their unwavering commitment. The Israeli airstrikes on residential areas in Doha, the capital of Qatar, on September 9th mark a grave and perilous escalation. It's appalling that this military airstrike unfolded when negotiators were engaged in talks over a US-backed ceasefire proposal. We stress that mediators must not be targeted, but they should be protected to ensure a pathway to peace remains viable. Second, my delegation calls for the immediate and full restoration of humanitarian access for all UN agencies, including UNRWA, throughout Gaza. Israel, as the occupying power, bears the legal responsibility under international humanitarian law, including the Fourth Geneva Convention. Somalia reiterates its call for the immediate release of all arbitrary detainees to return to their families and loved ones. Third, we must revive a credible political track towards the recognition of the State of Palestine as full member of the United Nations and stress the importance of the unification of Gaza and West Bank under a single Palestinian Authority. We call for international support for the reconstruction and development in the Palestinian territories, including Gaza. There's no doubt that addressing the root causes of the conflict begins with the end of the occupation and the establishment of a sovereign, independent state of Palestine with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital in accordance with relevant UN resolutions. In that regard, we welcome the resumption of the two-state solution conference co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia. We commend the states who have recognized the state of Palestine and urge others to do so. Mr. President, to conclude, Somalia reaffirms its commitment to working with all partners toward a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, in line with international law and advancing the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. I thank you.
Representative of Somalia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin by thanking the Secretary General of the United Nations for his briefing and his commitment to supporting the two-state solution in favor of peace and security for Israel and Palestine. Yesterday, from the podium of the United Nations General Assembly at the Conference for the Two-State Solution, the President of the French Republic forcefully reminded us of what unites us: the urgency of ending the war in Gaza and giving peace a real chance. Today, at the Security Council, it is our collective responsibility to translate this demand into concrete decisions. Mr. President, France unequivocally condemns the terrorist attacks of October 7th, 2023. Nothing can justify terrorism. France also condemns the brutal attacks on innocent lives in Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of human beings have been plunged into hunger, fear, and mourning. France also rejects the unacceptable prospect of the forced displacement of the Gazan population. The expansion of the Israeli military offensive into Gaza City over the past week only inflicts further suffering on the population of Gaza. It is our duty to build a realistic alternative, faithful to our values and in accordance with international law. As famine continues to gain ground in the Gaza Strip, France is deeply concerned that this council failed to reach agreement last Thursday to call for a response to the humanitarian emergency. France's message is clear: all lives are equally valuable and all lives must be protected. The immediate and unconditional release of hostages still held by Hamas is a priority. This demand must go hand in hand with a permanent ceasefire in Gaza to end the suffering of the population in Gaza and allow for the safe, large-scale, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid. Mr. President, yesterday, the President of the French Republic announced France's recognition of the State of Palestine. This gesture reflects a profound conviction: the security of Israel and justice for the Palestinians are inseparable. They can only be guaranteed through the coexistence of two sovereign and democratic states living side by side in peace and security, with Jerusalem as their capital. This decision, shared by many other countries, opens a political path that we must consolidate. This path is structured around a roadmap, the New York Declaration, which France, along with Saudi Arabia and many partners, submitted and had adopted by the General Assembly, thanks to the support of 142 states. This roadmap is based on two essential stages. The first, the emergency phase, aims to secure the release of hostages, the cessation of hostilities, and large-scale humanitarian access. We call on all parties concerned to resume negotiations as soon as possible and in good faith. In this regard, we commend the tireless mediation efforts of Qatar, Egypt, and the United States. The second stage is stabilization and reconstruction. A transitional administration excluding Hamas must be established in Gaza under the auspices of the Palestinian Authority, supported by the international community. It must ensure security, undertake the effective disarmament of Hamas, and address the urgent needs of the population. France, together with its European partners, stands ready to contribute, including through participation in an international stabilization mission to be decided by this Council at the appropriate time. This process also requires renewed and reformed Palestinian governance, fully implementing the commitments made. It also requires clear choices from Israel in favor of negotiation and respect for international law. The European Union, along with France, will condition its future cooperation on these commitments. Mr. President, the alternative is simple. Either we preserve the possibility of two states, and with it, peace, or we allow a permanent conflict to take hold with disastrous consequences for the region and beyond. France calls on this Council to act with the determination and sense of responsibility that is incumbent upon it. History will judge our ability to seize this moment. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. I find it, and we find it deeply regrettable that Council members have opted to convene this high-level UN Security Council briefing on Gaza on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, knowing full well that that decision excludes Israel. And frankly, colleagues, it's a testament to how this Council has prioritized a lot of performance over serious efforts to actually advance peace. Serious efforts that President Trump, Secretary Rubio, his team, and partners like Egypt and Qatar are engaged in right now as we speak, to end this horrific war. There have been over 80 Council meetings on this issue since October 7th. The main outcome of these meetings, unfortunately, has been to embolden Hamas, to undermine and disrupt negotiations that are aimed at freeing all of the hostages and ending the war and ending the suffering that we all want to end. Unspoken today, in the last 2 weeks alone, Israel has suffered 2 terrorist attacks in Jerusalem on September 8th and at the Allenby border crossing on September 18th. We condemn these attacks. We offer condolences to the families of those killed. We call upon other countries to join us in a clear and explicit condemnation of this violence by Hamas and its ideological allies. And extremists like the terrorists who killed 2 IDF soldiers on September 18th have shown their utter contempt for the people of Gaza. Hamas has shown its utter contempt for the people of Gaza. They struck the very border crossing through which nearly half of all aid delivered to Gaza between May and September of this year has passed. Let me say again, Hamas struck the border crossing through which half of all aid through the better part of this year has passed. No country here would willingly allow terrorists like this to threaten its people. Israel should not be expected to be any different. And of course, has the right to defend itself from groups that wish to do it harm. As Secretary of State Rubio recently said, as long as Hamas exists, there will be no peace in the Middle East. And every member here has seen evidence of how Hamas has starved hostages, has tortured them. We've heard the testimony of freed hostages and what they've endured in captivity. And sadly, some endure still. We, the United States, again demand Hamas immediately release all 48 remaining hostages and their remains, cease putting civilians in harm's way, cease sacrificing their own people for propaganda aims, that they disarm, and that they surrender. This war could end today if that happened. But Hamas refuses. While Israel has accepted the negotiators' proposals, rewarding Hamas's refusal, whether with performative conferences or one-sided Security Council resolutions, colleagues, it undermines and it delays achieving the peace we all want. Unfortunately, yesterday's conference spoke to domestic audiences, but it will prolong this tragic war in Gaza, and it will prolong the suffering. Hamas stands emboldened today after that conference. We've rewarded its obstruction. We've undermined efforts to achieve peace in both the short and the long term. Unilateral recognition statements do not alter the reality on the ground. It does not alter the fact that there is not a Palestinian state to recognize. And at this point, there is no credible Palestinian partner for peace. The Palestinian Authority leaders from Ramallah are absent from New York this week because they failed to meet their Oslo commitments. The commitments were basic, including renouncing terrorism, renouncing violence, resolving issues through direct negotiations with Israel. The Palestinian Authority has failed to clear even those low bars. And their attempts to bypass negotiations through what can only be called lawfare, including at the ICC and at the ICJ, and its pushes for unilateral recognition of statehood. This charade is disappointing. It is clearly fueled by domestic politics and has given Hamas a reward for refusing to surrender, as well as an incentive. They're now incentivized to hold on, keep holding the hostages in subhuman conditions. We call on the Council membership and the UN to change its course, to focus instead onto how to prevent Hamas from ever doing this again and to how to eliminate them, on how they should free the hostages and create a framework so that Gaza can have a better future than the life, that the people of Gaza can have a better future than the life they have endured under terrorists. Secretary of State Rubio recently traveled to Israel and Qatar to address the threat posed by Hamas, to advance the immediate return of all hostages, and to ensure humanitarian aid actually reaches civilians. And the United States will continue working tirelessly towards those ends. And the Secretary was clear. The United States supports a negotiated settlement that will lead to the release of every single hostage. The President was clear today in the General Assembly to that same end. We must lead to the elimination of Hamas, and we must end the war. In the interim, the United States has worked to support the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza with actual meaningful results. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has securely delivered more than 170 million meals directly to civilians. We have also seen the increased flow of humanitarian aid, including through UN entities. However, looting and diversion is undeniable and remains serious problems that must be addressed. The UN's own data shows that approximately 85% of UN aid sent to Gaza since May 19th has been looted. Colleagues, the fighting must end so the international community can concentrate on the very hard work of building a new Gaza, one that embraces peace and coexistence and rejects terrorism and violence. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I thank Algeria, Guyana, Pakistan, Sierra Leone, and Somalia for their initiative to convene this meeting, and thank Secretary General Guterres for his briefing. President, the Palestinian question is at the core of the Middle East issue, bearing on the Middle East's peace and stability and global peace and security. Over 7 decades or so, the Palestinian-Israeli situation has time again fallen into turmoil and even led to the outbreak of wars, shaping the evolution of the international landscape and the development of international relations. Since the start of the current Gaza conflict, the Palestinian people have been deeply mired in suffering. Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, among others, are witnessing escalating tensions, and even Qatar has come under attack. The mounting conflicts and volatility in the Middle East have worsened the global security environment, dampened the economic outlook for the world, and ran counter to the common interests of the international community. It is therefore imperative to accord this issue the utmost importance and accelerate the resolution of the Palestinian question, which lies at the heart of the current turmoil. I will make 4 points. First, we must bring an end to the tragedy in Gaza without delay. The conflicts of the past 2 years have devastated Gaza with scenes of misery and destruction everywhere, yet Israel is stepping up its military offensive, causing even greater civilian casualties and displacements. Military means are not the solution to the problem. An immediate ceasefire is the right way to save lives and bring hostages home. We urge Israel to cease all military actions in Gaza without delay, fulfill its occupying powers' obligations under international humanitarian law, and fully restore access for humanitarian supplies. Last week, the Security Council's draft resolution on Gaza was vetoed once again by a permanent member. With deep disappointment, we expect the relevant country to effectively shoulder its responsibility and make earnest efforts to end this war. Second, we must de-escalate tensions in the West Bank. Israel continues to expand settlements in the West Bank, forcibly demolish Palestinian structures, conduct frequent searches, arrests, and raids, and condone settler violence. The occupying power has recently approved and advanced the E1 settlement plan. This dangerous act gravely violates international law and Security Council resolutions, undermines the territorial contiguity of Palestine, and erodes the foundations of an independent Palestinian state. We call on Israel to immediately cease all settlement activities, curb settler violence, and lift restrictions on Palestinian economic activities. Third, we must rectify the historical injustices suffered by the Palestinian people. Israel has long established itself as an independent state. The Palestinian people, however, remain without a homeland. This is the root of the problem. The two-state solution as the only viable way to solve the Palestinian question is irreplaceable and must not be denied. Yesterday, the Younger High-Level International Conference on a Two-State Solution once again issued a strong call in support of the two-state solution. A number of Western countries have recently recognized the state of Palestine one after another. The international community should sustain the current momentum, strive to revitalize the prospect for the two-state solution, and support the early establishment of an independent Palestinian state and its early admission as a full member state of the United Nations. Both Gaza and the West Bank are inalienable parts of the Palestinian territory. We must resolutely oppose unilateral actions that undermine the foundations of the two-state solution. Any day-after governance and reconstruction arrangements must respect the will of the Palestinian people and uphold the legitimate rights of the Palestinian nation. Fourth, we must maintain peace and stability in the Middle East. From the onset of the current Gaza conflict, there has been frequent abuse of force and military adventurism. which have triggered profound changes in the regional landscape. The Middle East is once again standing at historical crossroads: relaxation or escalation, dialogue or confrontation, peace or war. These are the choices that the regional countries and us, the international community, should make collectively. We call on all parties to effectively respect the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of countries in the Middle East. We call on Israel to earnestly respect the rights to survival and development of the people in the Middle East, and call on countries in the region to prioritize long-term peace and security, uphold the vision of common security, resolve differences through inclusiveness, address conflicts through dialogue, come together to shape a regional order based on equity and justice, and jointly build a future of peaceful development in the region. President, China always upholds fairness and justice on the Palestinian question and always firmly supports the just cause of the Palestinian people. Chinese President Xi Jinping has put forward in succession the Global Security Initiative and the Global Governance Initiative, contributing a Chinese plan to resolve conflicts and hotspot issues, maintain international peace and multilateralism, and enhance global governance. This also provides important guidance for addressing Middle East issues. Guided by these initiatives, China is committed to working with the international community to promote a ceasefire, alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe, implement the two-state solution, and ultimately achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the Palestinian question, so that both Palestinians and Israelis may live in peace and happiness, and the Middle East may embrace a future of lasting peace, stability, and shared prosperity. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, we thank the Secretary General for his report on the situation in the Gaza Strip. We welcome the participation in today's meeting of the foreign ministers of regional states and relevant international organizations. The crisis in Gaza, whose scale in terms of civilian casualties has surpassed any conflict in recent decades, has led to escalation throughout the entire region, with violent flare-ups in a number of neighboring countries. In this context, we understand the desire of our Middle Eastern partners to speak out on this urgent issue that directly affects each of them. Colleagues, in recent weeks, a number of major developments have taken place at the UN regarding the Middle East, clearly reflecting growing solidarity among the international community regarding the fact that what is happening in Gaza due to Israel's actions, regardless of the justifications for those actions, is unacceptable and cannot continue. Last Thursday, 14 members of the Council voted in favor of a draft resolution demanding an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, the release of all hostages held by Hamas, the lifting of the severe humanitarian blockade of Gaza, and the provision of safe and unhindered access to those in need. Unfortunately, the United States blocked that resolution, using its veto for the 7th time on this issue. A little earlier, however, the Council did manage to agree on a statement, albeit a very general one, condemning Israel's attack on the sovereign state of Qatar. The UN has so far failed to stop the bloodshed in Gaza or to compel Israel to return to the path of a two-state solution. However, over the past 2 days during the international conference at the General Assembly, important symbolic steps have been taken, with a number of countries recognizing Palestinian statehood. This is a belated but extremely important signal to Israel's military and political leadership, a signal that justice for the Palestinian people must be restored. Sadly, it took nearly 2 years of Israeli operations in Gaza and over 65,000 civilian Palestinian deaths for this to happen. Recognition of the Palestinian state is not a favor to Ramallah. It is a historic duty owed to the Palestinian people, one that should have been fulfilled nearly 80 years ago. Russia has been calling for this for decades. Let me remind you that the USSR recognized the state of Palestine back in 1988. Israel, however, not only remains deaf to the appeals of the international community, but encouraged by its American allies, responds with threats, claiming that the wave of new recognitions of Palestinian statehood is allegedly a reward to Hamas for the October 7th terrorist attack. In West Jerusalem, there is open talk of formally annexing the West Bank following the high-level week. That is why a clear signal must be sent now that such steps are unacceptable. We must certainly not give in to any threats of retaliatory measures. As the Secretary General said, only our actions can put an end to what is happening. Colleagues, the international community's united support for the Palestinian people's aspirations to live peacefully in their own state is the momentum we must collectively build. We must work to translate into practical reality. The main task right now is to ensure that the crisis in Gaza is resolved not through brutal facts on the ground, in other words, by completely clearing out all Palestinians, which is the aim of Israelis' leadership, nor through their displacement from the enclave and its commercial redevelopment, as proposed by various radical Western plans. Rather, this must be done through humane, civilized diplomacy that unites efforts within the UN and regionally among Arab states seeking to help their Palestinian brothers and sisters. Palestinians are not the object of social experiments. They are a people with the same right to sovereign existence and development as our own nations. But diplomatic efforts of any kind will only succeed if Israeli authorities abandon their reliance on military solutions. They must recognize that this approach will bring nothing good for Israel itself, which simply cannot develop and live in security in the context of a military operation on all fronts. The second key element is for Washington to recognize all this as well and stop viewing UN fora and multilateral diplomacy as an enemy that supposedly obstructs American diplomacy on the ground. Unfortunately, what we currently see is the exact opposite. Both Israel and the United States continue to claim that West Jerusalem is acting humanely in its fight against terrorism. This is how official Israeli reports justify strikes on hospitals and schools, attacks on humanitarian convoys, and the deaths of women, children, and aid workers. Hate speech and propaganda bring ordinary Israeli soldiers to kill dozens of innocent Palestinian civilians daily, sincerely believing that this is all for the greater good of the Israeli state. In this way, for nearly 2 years, West Jerusalem has been systematically constructing and imposing a distorted narrative in which Palestinians are second-class people who can be exterminated, displaced, starved, and killed even directly at humanitarian aid distribution points. UN leadership, its humanitarian bodies, and even member states calling for a ceasefire and humanitarian access are unabashedly labeled by Israeli representatives as terrorist accomplices. This radical, distorted rhetoric, along with West Jerusalem's clear intent to continuously escalate the situation in the region, a situation that is already drawn in Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Yemen, and Qatar, undermines any progress towards a peaceful resolution of the Middle East crisis. The Israeli strike on Doha, one of the key mediators in negotiations, clearly demonstrated that Israel is not aiming for diplomacy, but rather for endless war, even at the cost of the remaining hostages who, with this war, are left with no chance of survival. It is also clear that Israel's strategic endgame is to take full control of all Palestinian territory, both Gaza and the West Bank. Annexation plans are discussed openly, not only without hesitation, but with pride and a sense of fulfilling a historic mission. And these are not just empty words. Gaza is being systematically cleared, carved up into so-called security zones that shrink by the day. The West Bank is being built up with new Israeli settlements, and fanatical settlers, in the world's worst traditions of the colonialism of past centuries, abuse the Palestinian population and drive them from their homelands as the authorities stand by and do nothing. an aggressive settlement policy is being actively implemented, one where Palestinians are at best relegated to the role of ghetto residents and at worst to exiles. Mr. President, this picture of horrifying injustice, violence, and trampling of human dignity unfolding in the occupied Palestinian territory is a call to action. This is what hundreds of thousands of people around the world are demanding from us in the street. An end to the senseless bloodshed in Gaza and the liberation of Palestine. This is also what Israeli hostages and their families are demanding as they protest in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and other cities, calling for a comprehensive deal to release prisoners and end the fighting. No one wants war, not ordinary Palestinians nor ordinary Israelis. This heartfelt plea was voiced by Israeli citizen Galit Dan, whose daughter and mother were killed on October 7th. She said, "I don't want revenge, I want hope in the name of those who have lost everything and those who can still be saved. Please stop the war." End of quote. Mr. President, we believe in the power of multilateral diplomacy. Although it has not always succeeded, over the 80 years of the UN's existence, it has been thanks to this diplomacy that the planet has avoided a third world war. We're confident that it can also help resolve the long-standing Middle East crisis. This requires the collective will of the international community, expressed not only in declarations from high rostrums, but in concrete actions. We strongly urge our American colleagues to cast aside their rigid positions and engage in the real efforts that the UN Security Council must undertake in accordance with its mandate to maintain international peace and security. This will only benefit your closest ally, whose security cannot be ensured by force alone. The fact that such an approach is a dead end has been proven by decades of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is time to recognize that only a diplomatic settlement of the Palestinian issue based on the two-state solution can guarantee lasting peace in the Middle East, security for Israeli citizens, and the just aspirations of the Palestinian people for their own state. Otherwise, endless and senseless bloodshed will continue, claiming ever more civilian lives, sowing discord between new generations of Arabs and Israelis, and destroying any prospects that they might one day coexist peacefully and develop freely. This must not be allowed. We trust that other reasonable members of the international community share this view. We stand ready to work with them to finally make a peaceful and prosperous Middle East a reality. This is a historic responsibility of the UN, its Security Council, and each and every one of us. We urge that it be fulfilled. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement. I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the State of Palestine.
Allow me at the outset to thank the Korean presidency of the Security Council for convening this important meeting, and to thank the OIC countries, members of the Council, for requesting this meeting to highlight the horrific situation in Gaza as world leaders meet here in New York. I also want to thank the high-level representatives participating in this meeting. Allow me to also thank Secretary General Guterres for his relentless efforts and his very moving and inspiring statements in these past 2 days. And through him, we wish to extend Palestine's gratitude to the entire United Nations and its personnel on the ground, with remembrance of those who were killed while trying to save lives in the midst of this genocide. Mr. President, we just adopted a declaration on protection of humanitarian personnel on the North Lawn Sunday afternoon. This Council has adopted resolutions on protection of civilians, including children and women and humanitarians and journalists. In Gaza, not only do they not benefit from protection, They are primary targets of the Israeli onslaught. Mr. President, the Palestinian people have suffered from the denial of their existence for decades. Now, they are being confronted yet again with an attempt to destroy our nation altogether. Recognition of the State of Palestine is an affirmation that the world rejects such denial, rejects the attempts at our destruction, and supports our right to existence, our right to self-determination. And that is not a gift, this is a right, and the Palestinian people have been struggling for almost 100 years for the attainment of such a right. It was not born recently. It is also a clear indication that the international community refuses to abandon the rule of international law and refuses to abandon the two-state solution, the only path to regional peace and security. This recognition is not taking place in a vacuum. It is an integral part of the international mobilization to end this horrific war and move towards peace. The New York Declaration adopted in the General Assembly by the historic high-level international conference co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France charts a clear path to the independence and sovereignty of the State of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security with Israel based on the relevant UN resolutions. And while all eyes were turned towards New York yesterday, as President Macron took to the podium to announce the historic decision to recognize the State of Palestine alongside other countries, including the United Kingdom, all minds and hearts were turned towards Gaza. Ending the genocide in Gaza is the utmost priority, one that can suffer no delay, one that requires resolute action. Only an immediate ceasefire can save lives, the lives of 2 million Palestinians, children, women, and men, the lives of 20 Israeli hostages. The slaughter must stop. The destruction must stop. The occupation-made famine must be brought to an end without delay. Israel must fully withdraw its forces, and the Palestinian people should have freedom and dignity. We support the mediation efforts by the US, Egypt, and Qatar, and condemn yet again the Israeli strike on the territory of Qatar, a key mediator as it was convening a meeting to advance a ceasefire agreement and this never-ending regional escalation. Mr. President, nothing justifies delaying such a ceasefire that is the only way to stop the bloodshed, release the hostages and prisoners and human remains, and allow unhindered humanitarian access. We need decisive actions to deter the prolongation and escalation of this war, and we thank the countries who have undertaken such measures. The Council has a sacred mandate in this regard that it has been prevented from honoring. I thank Algeria and the E10 for relentless efforts and for putting forward last week a draft resolution to yet again pursue such an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, and I thank the 14 members of this Council who supported such a draft resolution that was blocked by a veto. Mr. President, the New York Declaration foresees the deployment of an international stabilization mission upon invitation by Palestine and mandated by the Security Council to protect the Palestinian people, uphold the ceasefire, support the Palestinian National Authority security forces, and provide security guarantees to all. This must be supported. The Gaza Strip must be reunified with the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority as reaffirmed repeatedly by this Council. We call for your support to our policy of one Palestinian state, one Palestinian government, one law, and one gun. The Arab OIC reconstruction plan must be implemented without delay. Our people urgently need recovery, need food, water, medicine, and care, need shelter, need healing. We are ready to work with the international community, with the United Nations, leading humanitarian efforts, including UNRWA, to make this happen. We are ready to work with the U.S. administration. Our President reiterated that yesterday in the General Assembly, and I will not react to the falsification of our record by the new PR, the new ambassador of the United States. We will work with this administration, with Saudi Arabia, and regional actors, France and international partners, and the members of this Council to advance these goals for peace. Mr. President, Palestinians are not lesser beings. We are entitled to life and liberty and dignity. The horrors inflicted by Israel upon our people in Gaza can have no justification. Colonization and occupation have no justification. We are not condemned to live under perpetual occupation, nor are Palestinians and Israelis are condemned to perpetual war. We are committed to peace in words and deeds, and we will honor our obligations. But Israel must also be made to respect its obligations. It is not only one-way street. No genocide, no dispossession, no forcible displacement, no colonization, no annexation, no occupation. A change in long overdue and sea change we are seeing across the world in support of Palestinian self-determination and independence, in support of peace and security, must lead to a fundamental change on the ground. Save Gaza, save Palestine, save peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have requested to speak in order to make three essential points about the horror that we are witnessing in Palestine. So let me address them. First, we join others in expressing our deepest concern about Israel's expanded military campaign ongoing in Gaza as we meet. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire, drastically improved humanitarian access, and the unconditional release of remaining hostages. Second, while this crisis requires immediate action, it is just as important to lay the foundations now for the day after the war and for the end to the conflict. As the conference yesterday made clear, the overwhelming majority of member states of the United Nations consider the two-state solution the only credible basis for peace in the Middle East. Peace for Israelis and peace for Palestinians. Mr. President, my capital city, Oslo, is in many ways synonymous with those efforts thanks to the Oslo Accords that created the Palestinian Authority back in 1993. Ever since, my country has worked towards one goal: peace, security, and dignity for the Palestinians and the Israelis, living side by side in two sovereign states, enjoying the rights and obligations that follow from the Charter of the United Nations. Norway recognized the state of Palestine in May last year. That was a hand to those on both sides who seek peaceful solution. And I need to say on behalf of those who recognized Palestine yesterday, doing so is turning the back on terror. It is turning the back on Hamas. It is taking the voice away from them and handing it to the peaceful part of the Palestinian overwhelming majority who want to live with rights and obligation under the Charter. Our decision reflected a realization that the old approach, waiting for a negotiated outcome before we recognize, was no longer a feasible option. One party simply refused to engage and to veto progress, and we cannot live with that. So let this be clear, a Palestinian state has been part of the vision for decades. Today we are far from realizing it on the ground. But the international support for and recognition of the State of Palestine is gaining momentum. The majority is growing. And I commend France and Saudi Arabia for arranging the historic session in the General Assembly yesterday. This week, 2 additional permanent members of the Security Council declared it is time. Which brings me to my third point, Mr. President. Let us use this momentum also to mobilize necessary financial support to support the Palestinian authorities with necessary reforms, to implement the roadmap that was agreed in the General Assembly on September 12th, and to resume meaningful engagement and decisive peace talks. Norway will host, as we do every year, a ministerial meeting of the International Donor Group for Palestine, the AHLC, in New York this week. As stated by Prime Minister Mustafa, the severe lack of funds represents an existential and immediate threat to Palestine state building. Together with a broad group of countries, we are working to raise emergency funding for that Palestinian government. We encourage all member states to contribute. And we continue to call on Israel to release tax revenues owed to Palestine. This is Palestinian value creation being held and kept away, and that has to end. There will be no state of Palestine or a body to govern Gaza the day after the war ends without a functioning, reformed, and legitimate Palestinian authority. That is critical for peace and security in the region, including for Israel, Mr. President. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Steria for the statement. I now give the floor to His Highness Sheikh Sabah Al Khaled Al Hamad Al Mubarak Al Sabah, the Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the GCC member states, which are the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the Sultanate of Oman, the State of Qatar, and my country, the State of Kuwait. At the outset, we thank the countries of the OIC for asking for this urgent session. And we also thank the Republic of Korea, which is presiding over the Council this month, for convening this session at this critical moment. Mr. President, we are meeting today while the tragedy in Gaza has been going on for more than 2 years. The brave and defenseless Palestinian people are facing
national supercomputer ever. But AI and automation are expected to modernize Kazakhstan. I have proposed a single-chamber parliament for a national referendum to consider. Our objective is to continuously embrace the political system to make it more transparent, effective, and reflective of people's aspirations. At the heart of these reforms lies a clear principle: law and order must prevail. We believe that only governance rooted in common sense and the rule of law can ensure public order and protect the rights of all citizens. It creates good conditions for international investment, trade, cooperation, and more broadly, the dynamic development of our country. The interests of law-abiding people and decent citizens must always come first, maintained through justice, accountability, and mutual respect. Kazakhstan's economy is showing clear signs of sustainability and resilience. This year, economic growth is expected to exceed 6%, underscoring the sustainability of our economy as the largest in our part of the world. But we are not complacent. We will continue our efforts to ensure a long-term growth. Kazakhstan's energy strategy is based on 4 pillars: oil and gas, coal, uranium, and critical minerals. These precious assets are the basis of reliable energy partnerships. Climate change and the green agenda cannot be accepted by all countries that have huge deposits like coal, which nowadays can be cleaned up by advanced technologies. That's why we have committed to decarbonize our country in 35 years. Renewable energy is not the single solution to all energy problems. Agriculture is another driver of our development with huge potential for global markets. Kazakhstan's grain export capacity has amounted to 12 million tons, reaching a great number of international markets, creating new opportunities for trade expansion using enhanced transport connectivity. We will continue our cooperation with all major international partners and regional stakeholders to further diversify our external trade and economy, making it more inclusive and resilient. Excellencies, we will remain firmly on this path, deepening governance reforms at home while supporting global governance abroad. Kazakhstan will continue to serve as a bridge builder and peacemaker. It will also continue to choose balance over domination, cooperation over confrontation, and peace over war. We stand ready in cooperation with other players, stakeholders in the international community to renew the promise of the United Nations as a beacon of peace, justice, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, heads of state and government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledge to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme, equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies, without foregoing what we would call baseload energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is, beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted, to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the North for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, the economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global South. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interests of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems. As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations, a United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN 80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN 80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to extend my congratulations to you with the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly. Our meeting today is taking place in a complex, rapidly changing global situation that calls for new approaches to the work of our organization and its future. Today, across the world, the role and place of international institutions are weakening. Confrontations, conflicts, and wars are intensifying. Technological and social inequality is increasing. An economic and humanitarian crisis are deepening. All of this is creating an entirely new and unsettling geopolitical reality. We highly commend the efforts of His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres aimed at maintaining our organization as the main platform for the peaceful resolution of the most difficult and pressing global issues. In this regard, we fully support the UNAT initiative and reaffirm our strong commitment to the Pact for the Future. We support the transformation of the United Nations Security Council and the expansion of its membership in order to effectively address current threats and challenges and protect the interests of the developing countries. Distinguished participants of the session, we are pursuing a policy to build a democratic, law-governed, social, and secular new Uzbekistan in full alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, we are consistently continuing our irreversible reforms. Our top priority goal is to fundamentally transform the lives of each and every family and citizen in our country to enhance human dignity and well-being. In recent years, we have managed to reduce the poverty rate in Uzbekistan from 35% to 6.6%. We have achieved this result primarily through the transformation of the education and science sector, establishment of innovative industries and high-tech manufacturing enterprises, modernization of green energy and transport infrastructure, comprehensive development of small businesses, and as a result, the creation of millions of jobs. In our country, preschool education coverage has increased from 27% to 78%, while the higher education uptake among our youth has risen from 9% to 42%. Most importantly, we consider enhancing the prestige of the teaching profession as a key issue. In order to create a single international platform for the exchange of teachers' experience and knowledge, we propose to hold a World Summit on Professional Education in Uzbekistan. We are also creating an advanced healthcare system in our country. We invite all our foreign partners to participate in a high-level event dedicated to the fight against childhood cancer and other serious diseases, which will be held tomorrow at our initiative at the United Nations headquarters. Another important area is gender policy. We aim to further strengthen the role of women in social, political, and business life of our country. We advocate for holding the Asian Women's Forum on a regular basis in our region, turning it into a permanent platform. I would like to emphasize once again, we remain committed to our obligations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By the year 2030, we intend to join the ranks of upper middle income countries. To this end, we will consistently continue our open and pragmatic policy. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, from this esteemed podium, we declared our firm determination to transform Central Asia into a region of peace, good neighborliness, and partnership. Today, we can confidently declare that we have achieved this strategic goal. The era of closed borders, unresolved disputes, and conflicts is in the past. In recent years, the volume of mutual trade, investments, and transportation of goods in our region has increased fivefold. We are implementing joint investment funds, cross-border trade, and industrial cooperation zones, and major infrastructure projects. We also recognize as a common achievement that the consultative meeting of the heads of the state of Central Asia have become an effective mechanism for deepening regional integration. I can confidently affirm that as of now, we are at the beginning stage of the forming a new Central Asia. Our region, thanks to its unity, stability, and distinct identity, is steadily securing a stronger position in the system of international relations as an independent actor. In order to achieve our goals, we intend to give top priority to expanding mutually beneficial ties with all our foreign partners. In this regard, together with UN structures, we propose to implement a number of new projects and programs in our region. In particular, we propose holding an international forum under the auspices of ECOSOC and UNCTAD, dedicated to the economic development of the Central Asian states, establishing a regional hub for green technologies in industry jointly with UNIDO, adopting program on the rational use of water resources, the creation of green spaces, and the achievement of demographic resilience in our region. In addition, we propose the adoption of UN General Assembly resolution supporting the efforts of the Central Asian countries aimed at deepening regional partnership and economic integration. Distinguished heads of delegations, speaking about global and regional security and sustainable development, it is impossible to overlook the issue of Afghanistan. Supporting the aspirations of Afghan people for a peaceful and stable life requires the united efforts of the international community. I would like to emphasize that it is of utmost importance to prevent this country's isolation. We intend to implement large-scale economic and infrastructure projects in that country. We propose to adopt a dedicated UN resolution on the development of transport and energy corridors of international significance through the territory of Afghanistan. At the same time, we cannot turn a blind eye to the deeply worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. We call for an immediate cessation of hostility and the continuation of political negotiations. In line with the UN resolutions, we remain steadfast supporters of the two-state solution principle. We are also deeply concerned by the situation around Ukraine. We welcome the start of the high-level dialogue aimed at resolving the crisis through diplomatic means. Distinguished participants of the event, effective measures are being undertaken to implement the global counterterrorism strategy in Central Asia. In cooperation with the UN Office of Counterterrorism, a regional council on rehabilitation and reintegration was established. We propose to transform this council into an international competence center. This very body will serve as an important platform for exchanging experiences on adapting to peaceful life for those repatriated from conflict zones. Furthermore, we stand ready to provide all the necessary conditions for the establishment of the Regional Office of Counterterrorism in Uzbekistan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in today's world full of threats, we are witnessing how vulnerable the global transport system is. These challenges primarily have a negative impact on the stability of landlocked developing countries. It is of utmost importance to ensure the security of international transit corridors and to establish efficient logistics networks. In this regard, we believe the time has come to introduce a global mechanism on strengthening transport connectivity to achieve sustainable development goals. I would also like to draw special attention to the increasingly acute challenges of climate change. For instance, the consequences of the RLC desiccation must remain at the constant focus of the international community. We are consistently continuing our work to restore the RLC ecosystem. In recent years, salt-tolerant desert plants have been planted on 2 million hectares of the dried seabed of RLC. By the year 2030, green cover will be created on 80% of this area. Another serious issue is a water scarcity. As of now, more than 2 billion people in the world do not have access to clean drinking water. We are planning to hold a World Forum on water saving in our country. The outcomes of this conference are expected to recognize the water crisis as a serious threat to sustainable development. We intend to adopt a special roadmap for the wide introduction of innovation technologies in a global level. Another adverse consequence of climate change is the intensifying trend of climate migration. Unfortunately, clear international mechanisms and the legal framework in this direction have not yet been created. We advocate for the adoption of the Global Pact for a broad international partnership and coordinated policy on this serious issue. Dear participants of the meeting, it is of great importance to prevent inequalities in digital development and the use of artificial intelligence between countries. We propose to create an international cooperation mechanism aimed at the gratis exchange of practical solutions and models of artificial intelligence in healthcare, education, and culture. I would like to emphasize another priority issue. Our future, the destiny, and the prosperity of the world are in the hands of the younger generation. It is our urgent task to instill in the hearts and minds of our sons and daughters the most noble ideas, such as peace, humanism, and friendship, mutual trust, and respect. In this regard, we put forward the proposal to establish the World Youth Movement for Peace and to locate its headquarters in Uzbekistan. We are consistently implementing a policy of tolerance in our society. At the same time, we will actively continue our efforts to deeply study the ideas of Islamic enlightenment and promote them to the world. In the coming months, we will open the Center of Islamic Civilization, which is unique for our wider region. We intend to hold a special presentation at the United Nations of the rich spiritual and scientific heritage of our great ancestors, thinkers and scholars such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, and Imam Maturidi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the new Uzbekistan is a supporter of mutual solidarity, open dialogue, and close partnership with all countries. We are always ready to contribute to strengthening dialogue among peoples, cultures, and civilizations, and to achieving universal human goals. I thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Republic of Uzbekistan. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 5th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hurel Suk Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock on assuming the important role of the President of the General Assembly at this historic moment marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and my best wishes for a successful session. 8 centuries ago, the great Chinggis Khan established the great Mongolian Empire, bringing together the West and the East under the rule of justice and principled statecraft. Spanning the vast expanse of Eurasia, the Pax Mongolica era heralded a period of remarkable progress and flourishing for humankind. The Pax Mongolica embodied progressive ideals that form the basis of today's collective efforts to maintain global peace and stability. Then, 8 decades ago, when the dust and ashes of the World War had not cleared yet and humanity had not healed yet from fear and anxiety, the United Nations, a great family of nations, rose to prominence as a guarantor of world peace and security and a sanctuary of hope and trust. Since its establishment, the United Nations has illuminated humanity's path, serving as a steadfast beacon of hope and trust for nations to maintain peaceful coexistence and share a prosperous future. In today's volatile and challenging international environment, we welcome Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights as the theme for the 80th session of the General Assembly and the general debate. Indeed, this theme calls upon us to assess and reflect upon the United Nations' achievements and challenges over the past 80 years, further strengthen its work in accordance with the United Nations Charter and the principles of international law, and combine our collective voices and efforts in pursuit of concrete and tangible outcomes. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia has consistently upheld the United Nations Charter and universally recognized principles and norms of international law, respecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all states, resolving disputes by peaceful means, respecting human rights and freedoms, and fostering equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. Since becoming a full-fledged member of the United Nations in 1961, Mongolia has steadfastly supported the organization's efforts to strengthen international peace and security. It has demonstrated its enduring commitments to disarmament and non-proliferation and declared its territories nuclear weapon-free status. Furthermore, Mongolia has actively collaborated with the United Nations at all levels, including establishing a dialogue mechanism in Northeast Asia, participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, and putting forward various proposals and initiatives in the areas of socio-economic development, environment, and climate change to advance the implementation of development policy and goals. During his visit to Mongolia in 2022, United Nations Secretary-General Mr. Antonio Guterres described our nation as a symbol of peace in a troubled world. It is a profound recognition of Mongolia's humble contributions and dedication to the work of the United Nations and its enduring commitment to the cause of peace. Over the past 23 years, Mongolia has continuously deployed personnel from its armed forces to United Nations peacekeeping operations, making a meaningful contribution to global and regional peace and security. During this period, Mongolia has deployed more than 23,000 peacekeepers to 16 United Nations peacekeeping missions and consistently ranked among the top 20 troop and police contributing countries out of more than 120 member states. As we mark the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, it is a pleasure to announce that through the steady increase in the deployment of female military personnel, the proportion of women peacekeepers from Mongolia has reached 14% in 2025. Mongolia will continue to extend its unwavering support to the United Nations in its efforts to maintain international peace and security, and it remains committed to contributing to peacekeeping operations. Distinguished delegates, at this critical juncture, with only 5 years remaining until the 2030 agenda deadline, global progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals stands at the mere 17%. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2025, Mongolia's implementation of the SDGs has reached 66.7%, ranking it 14th in the United Nations Multilateralism Index. This is a testament to our decades-long efforts and a worthy achievement. I want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts of the international community and all member states in advancing the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We welcome the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, held recently in Seville, Spain, where a broad consensus was reached on the crucial role of financing in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also appreciate that the conference agreed to increase the engagement of developing countries and take comprehensive actions aimed at reforming the current international financial architecture. Within the framework of implementing the Seville commitment adopted at the conference, it is essential to direct international development cooperation towards supporting the most vulnerable groups and addressing their challenges. It is my pleasure to note that Mongolia has been playing an active role within the United Nations in advocating the interests of landlocked developing countries, in raising awareness of their special needs and unique circumstances, and closely collaborating with them to ensure their voices are heard on the global stage. The 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries convened in August in Turkmenistan and adopted the Avaza Program of Action for 2024 and 2034. Landlocked developing countries have long faced trade and economic development challenges due to their geographic location. Member states have committed to implementing the program to advance the development of landlocked developing countries over the next decade and bring positive improvements to the livelihoods of more than 600 million people living in these countries. To ensure the effective implementation of the Avaza Program of Action, it is crucial for landlocked developing countries to align their national development plans with the program while mobilizing all available resources to strengthen regional integration and cooperation. Furthermore, we call upon the international community, financial institutions, and development partners to provide concrete support and cooperation with landlocked developing countries. Distinguished delegates, Mother Earth is our one and only home. However, as a result of humanity's careless behavior towards the environment, Mother Earth, with her very existence under threat, is sending a distress call like a patient in critical condition. If we do not take resolute action to preserve our Mother Earth now, she will inevitably find her own way to survive, with or without us. Since ancient times, we Mongols have believed that all beneath the sky is alive. We have revered mountains, rivers, plants, and animals, understanding that the harmony of the earth and the living world is inseparably intertwined with humanity's inner life and conscious actions. 2 millennia ago, the great Han Modon of the Huns, the Mongols' ancestors, proclaimed that the very foundation of the state is the land. Thus, UNESCO recognized this time-honored tradition of revering nature by inscribing the Mongolian traditional ritual of worshipping sacred sites on the last of the intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. We Mongols are a people blessed with the beautiful tradition of living in harmony with Mother Nature, preserving her pristine purity, and nurturing our children from an early age with the mindset and spirit to cherish her. Accordingly, the United Nations General Assembly resolution entitled 800 Years of Mongolian Statehood, adopted in 2005, highly appreciated the contribution of Mongols to humankind's history and recognized the ever-increasing significance and relevance of a culture of living in harmony with nature, which is inherent in nomadic civilization in today's world. Today, we are committed to sharing our cultural heritage and traditional knowledge, rooted in a profound respect for living in harmony with nature, with the international community, as a valuable contribution to building resilience and enhancing adaptation to climate change. In 2026, Mongolia will host the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification and observe the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. In this spirit, our country, in partnership with the United Nations, spearheads the International 10-Year Rangeland Flagship Initiative. We warmly invite you to join us in supporting and collaborating on this important endeavor. Mongolian people say, the source of life is water, and the source of water is tree. Access to safe drinking water is declining worldwide, with 3.6 billion people currently affected by water scarcity. Therefore, it is imperative for countries to implement integrated management of land and water resources in a coordinated manner and to place special emphasis on preventing water scarcity. I cordially invite you all to participate at the highest level with broad participation in the 17th session of the Conference of the Party to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, scheduled from August 17 to 28, 2026 in Ulaanbaatar. This conference seeks comprehensive solutions to adapt to climate change, protect and enhance water resources, and combat desertification and land degradation. Distinguished delegates, from the moment of birth, we Mongols have grown up on horseback, carrying our glory across the world on noble steeds and contributing to the writing of humanity's proud and enduring history. We Mongols are a nation steeped in a unique cultural heritage. We honor our noble horse in our state emblem, craft our state flag with the mane and tail hair of our swift steeds, and the souls of people around the world are spellbound by the haunting melody of horse fiddle known as the modern whore. Since ancient times, horses have been integral to human livelihoods, culture, and civilization. With the goal of preserving and safeguarding cultural heritage and traditions associated with horses and highlighting their enduring role in humankind's livelihoods, Mongolia proposed a resolution to designate July 11th as World Horse Day. This resolution was adopted during the plenary meeting of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly on June 3, 2025. On this occasion, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the horse-loving people of Mongolia to all UN member states for their support in adopting this resolution to designate and observe World Horse Day on the day of Mongolia's National Nadam Festival, which is also inscribed on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Distinguished delegates, this year, countries around the world are assessing the progress made over the past 30 years since the adoption of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Mongolia has undertaken a broad range of policies and activities to advance the social development goals outlined in these milestone documents, related legal frameworks, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These efforts have focused on poverty reduction, promoting social equality and inclusion, supporting families, children, and youth, and protecting the rights of the elderly and persons with disabilities. Among these efforts, the state policy on gender equality aims to ensure equal rights, opportunities, and treatment for both men and women while actively preventing and eliminating gender-based discrimination. Notably, Mongolia has greatly prioritized advancing gender equality and increasing women's participation in decision-making, with women now making up 25% of our parliament. We are pleased to underscore that, according to the Global Gender Gap Report 2025 by the World Economic Forum, Mongolia ranked 65th globally, improving by 20 places from the previous year and securing 5th place in the Asia-Pacific region. In recent years, Mongolia has regularly hosted international events dedicated to women and gender equality, including the International Conference on Strengthening the Role of Women in Peacekeeping in 2022, the Female Foreign Ministers Meeting in 2023, and the World Women's Forum in 2024 in cooperation with the United Nations. Last month, we successfully hosted the World Women Entrepreneurs Forum under the theme Inspire, Impact, Invest in Ulaanbaatar. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all countries that supported and participated in the forum. Mongolia will continue to serve as a strong bridge of partnership, cooperation, and solidarity in advancing women's leadership and participation at all levels of social and political life. Distinguished delegates, the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "The only constant in life is change." Supported by its member states, successive UN leadership have consistently pursued reforms to refine the organization's structure and operations across all aspects. In this context, Mongolia welcomes and supports the UN 80 initiative that the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres presented. We are confident that ensuring gender equality in senior leadership positions within the United Nations will undoubtedly have a positive impact on fostering more transparent, balanced, and inclusive decision-making processes. Therefore, we support initiatives to nominate women candidates for the UN Secretary-General and the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the UN General Assembly President's position. Furthermore, Mongolia upholds and implements the principles of the UN Charter and universally recognized norms of international law, actively contributing to strengthening the UN-centered multilateral system. Mongolia reaffirms its commitment to the UN reform, particularly of the Security Council, to ensure it reflects current realities and embodies equitable and fair representation, inclusivity, transparency, effectiveness, democracy, and accountability. In an era defined by escalating conflicts, rising walls of distrust, and deepening divisions, it is more vital than ever to foster international relations grounded not merely in multipolarity, but on multi-pillar principles that honor each nation's history, culture, civilization, national interests, and unique development paths. The United Nations was established 80 years ago with the noble goals of saving humanity from the scourge of war and maintaining international peace and security. The United Nations, the cornerstone for the peaceful and harmonious coexistence among nations, must be reinforced and empowered through strong multipolar principles that ensure equal rights and balanced influence. Therefore, let us reflect solemnly on whether the mission entrusted to the United Nations 8 decades ago has been fully realized, and let all member states join hands in a shared commitment to revitalize the organization into a powerful institution strong enough to usher in Pax Globalica, a lasting world peace, by embodying the ideals of the Pax Mongolica, which laid the foundation for peaceful coexistence among nations and human progress 8 centuries ago. At this pivotal moment, as we commemorate the historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I would like to emphasize the growing importance of its role in fostering mutual understanding, trust, and respect among nations, as well as in advancing peace, stability, development, and the vision of a world free from war. Mongolia has consistently pursued a peace-loving and multipolar foreign policy, made tangible contributions to international peace and sustainable development, and remains committed to fulfilling this responsibility with honor. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all on the momentous occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sardar Bardi Muhammadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to congratulate you on the opening of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish you a productive session. I would like to congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly and wish her every success. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Ambassador Philemon Yang for his skillful and effective leadership of the General Assembly during the previous session. Distinguished participants, the current state of global affairs, as well as the nature and trends of political, economic, and social processes, objectively require a decisive shift towards coordinated interaction among states and international organizations in order to achieve our shared overarching goal, the maintenance of peace and security, the creation of conditions for further progressive development, and the preservation of the legal foundations underpinning the modern world order. It is precisely from this standpoint that Turkmenistan views the main objectives of the 80th session of the General Assembly, placing great hopes in its role in shaping a robust, balanced, and secure global architecture. A key area of Turkmenistan's cooperation with the United Nations is ensuring international peace and security. Recognizing its responsibility as a permanently neutral state, Turkmenistan stands ready to take further practical steps to foster an atmosphere of cooperation, mutual understanding, and respectful dialogue. These are the principal defining conditions for ensuring stability and sustainable development at the global and regional levels. We are convinced that one of the most effective mechanisms for advancing and achieving these goals today is the practical application of the principle of neutrality. In this regard, Turkmenistan has initiated the inclusion of a separate item on the agenda of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, entitled Neutrality for Peace and Security. We deem this important in light of the growing recognition by the international community of the significance of neutrality, as well as the awareness of its potential and utility in the context of the UN's peace-building strategy. In line with this, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose a draft resolution entitled The Role and Importance of the Policy of Neutrality in Maintaining and Strengthening International Peace, Security, and the Process of Sustainable Development. As you are well aware, this year has been proclaimed by the General Assembly the International Year of Peace and Trust on the initiative of Turkmenistan. This landmark event coincides with the anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. In December this year, Turkmenistan will host a major high-level international forum on the Year of Peace and Trust. We see this as a tangible contribution to achieving the strategic goals of the United Nations, and we look forward to broad and representative international participation. We believe that harmonizing national approaches to global development trends, as well as to establishing and strengthening trust and mutual understanding, should be systematic and consistent. In this regard, Turkmenistan is seeking to initiate the convening of a World Summit on a culture of peace and trust. One of the key objectives of this summit would be to develop a global code of international trust. This would serve as a universal foundation for building relations between states based on the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as on cooperation and joint efforts to address global problems. We believe that ensuring universal peace and mutual understanding is inseparable from the civilizational aspects of modern development and from the need to preserve and foster cultural and spiritual ties. In this context, Central Asia, which for centuries has played a clear role as a bridge spanning the civilizations of East and West, is now called upon to revive its historic mission to become a space for dialogue, cooperation, and the convergence of values and worldviews. Therefore, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose, in cooperation with the United Nations, an international forum to be held entitled Central Asia, a Space of Peaceful Coexistence. Countries of the region will participate, as well as other interested states and international institutions. Turkmenistan will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly on proclaiming an International Day of Mediation. This would emphasize the importance of diplomacy and neutral platforms in preventing and resolving conflicts. One of our country's priorities remains our active involvement in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and in strengthening cooperation in key areas such as transport and energy. As Turkmenistan is one of the centers of multilateral dialogue on these issues, we will continue to contribute to establishing a fair, balanced, and inclusive international development system. During this session, Turkmenistan will initiate the proclamation of a United Nations Decade for Sustainable Transport for the period 2026-2035 and will submit the relevant draft resolution. We are convinced that this will help to consolidate the efforts of the international community in developing transport corridors, enhancing their sustainability and ensuring accessibility for all countries. Our country will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly entitled "The Key Role of Reliable and Stable Energy Connectivity in Ensuring Sustainable Development." At present, one of the priority issues on the development agenda is the digital transformation. We are convinced that this transformation must be balanced. It must reflect the realities and legitimate interests of all states, including the developing world, and also must be free from politicization and bias. In this regard, Turkmenistan intends to put forward an initiative to establish a world platform on digital integration. This is to be based on the principles of equality, trust, and on preventing the use of information and communication technologies to harm peace, security, and sustainable development. During the 80th session, Turkmenistan will continue its work on environmental and climate issues. It will strive for them to be taken into consideration systematically, as they are basic components of ensuring security, and we will advocate for the establishment of multilateral mechanisms to monitor and respond to climate, environmental, and man-made disasters. Turkmenistan will seek to bring about a regional centre to combat desertification for Central Asian countries. It is our belief that the establishment of such a centre would contribute to building regional capacity, to strengthening cooperation in the field of environmental protection, and would also make a significant contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in combating climate change and protecting land-based ecosystems. Our country will promote the Caspian Environmental Initiative, proposed at the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is intended to become an international platform to preserve the Caspian Sea ecosystem. An important step in this direction is the Caspian Environmental Forum, which we propose holding in 2026. We are convinced that now it is especially important to strengthen the role of the UN in fostering broad humanitarian cooperation, in promoting rapprochement and mutual understanding among peoples, and in overcoming value and spiritual barriers, as well as engaging effective channels of cultural diplomacy. To develop intercultural dialogue and to lend practical support to General Assembly resolutions on multilingualism in international relations, we are proposing proclaiming an International Day of Multilingual Diplomacy as well. Distinguished heads and members of delegations, all of Turkmenistan's international initiatives and actions are always measured against and aligned with the UN Charter and its founding documents, as well as with its long-term goals. It is no coincidence that we always emphasize that cooperation with the UN is a strategic priority for Turkmenistan. We say this with a conviction that the UN is the only international organization endowed with universal legitimacy. In this regard, it must remain the guarantor of peace and development, and be the backbone of global security and stability. Turkmenistan will continue to advocate consistently for strengthening the central role of the UN in international affairs. We consider strengthening the primacy of international law and in improving the international legal framework and increasing the effectiveness of the implementation of UN conventions, treaties, agreements, and other multilateral documents as key factors in this regard. In this context, Turkmenistan is initiating the proclamation of the Year of International Law in 2028. This will become an important step in strengthening the international legal foundations of peace and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, this session holds special significance for Turkmenistan. 30 years ago, within these very walls, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution on the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. For our country, this was a momentous, historic event. In essence, it determined the entire subsequent course of Turkmenistan's foreign and international policy. International recognition of our neutrality also contributed to boosting the country's domestic development by providing favourable external conditions for this. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Turkmenistan to express my gratitude to the United Nations member states and the entire international community for the decision adopted in December 1995 to recognise the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan, a decision reaffirmed by 2 subsequent UN General Assembly resolutions. Turkmenistan will always remember the trust placed in it and will steadfastly and unswervingly uphold its international commitments. Once again, I would like to congratulate all delegations on the opening of the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success in strengthening our cooperation and mutual understanding. Thank you very much indeed.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President, members of the United Nations General Assembly, guests, peoples of the world, residents of New York. 80 years have elapsed since the creation of the United Nations. 80 years have also elapsed since Gabriela Mistral, a Chilean woman who came from the Elqui Valley, won the Nobel Literature Prize. Her voice as a poet, a teacher, as a diplomat continues to ring out in our homeland and across the world. And it was precisely here in New York in 1955 that the Chilean ambassador, José Massa, conveyed a message about human rights that was written by Gabriela Mistral. That message said, "I would be happy if our noble strength, our noble struggle to obtain human rights was taken up faithfully and loyally by all nations of the world. This triumph would be the greatest we could achieve in our time." We have we notched up that victory? Have we triumphed in that way? The answer is categorical no. And the fact is, at this stage, I don't really know what to say about Gaza, because many people have said everything already at this podium and at others, but there are our words and those that may be spoken by anyone, but regardless, we still have the fact that innocent people have lost their lives. We still have the empty stares of those suffering. In 2025, thousands of innocent people have lost their lives simply on the grounds of being Palestinian. 80 years ago, the same thing happens. Millions lost their lives simply for being Jewish. Instead of talking about figures, issuing condemnations or demands, as we tend to within these walls, instead of that, I want to talk about humankind. Humanity. Gaza is a global crisis because it is a crisis of humanity. And in this chamber, And for those who are listening to us in their homes, within their delegations, in their various countries, all of us are human beings. That's what I'd like to say. So when under the rubble, we have children, boys and girls, lying under that rubble, there is genuine pain and grief in our homeland in Chile. And I know that that pain is shared by the vast majority of the world's nations. And one of the problems we face as humankind is that often pain engenders hatred. But we must face up to pain and that fact and combat hatred with all of our strength. We must transform our desires to hate into a desire for justice. We can't make any concessions to violence. I don't want to see, Netanyahu destroyed by a missile side by side with his family. I want to see Netanyahu and those responsible for the genocide against the Palestinian people brought to the ICJ and other international courts. In another context, looking elsewhere, the war in Ukraine is also an affront to us. It causes us pain. But some people might ask themselves, what's that got to do with Chile? What's happening in Ukraine got to do with Chile? They're so far apart, we don't understand their language. Some people level those arguments against us and our homelands. We say back to them that we have to see ourselves in the people in Palestine that are searching for food. We have to identify and stand in the shoes of the kidnapped children that have been taken away by Russia. We're all human beings. And one of the reasons we come here and meet today together is that we perhaps continue to have faith in humankind. That's principally what brings us here. Our hearts cannot cease to be moved by pain, and we cannot cease to be moved by the needs of others like ourselves. It's for that reason that we have set down rules which are steps forward for civilizations, and they come from the lessons we've learned from the major challenges we've affronted as humankind. And these rules, we should say this loud and clear from this rostrum and take action here. These principles, these values are not being respected. Let's say that loud and clear. It's not okay to invite people to negotiate, to invite a neutral country to negotiate and then assassinate someone that's helping negotiations. That's what happens with Qatar. We can't bomb the nuclear facilities of another country. We can't invade countries like Iraq, saying that there are weapons of mass destruction that don't exist. That's not okay. It's not okay to invade a sovereign country like Ukraine and then impose negotiations on those people. And we all seem to resign ourselves to the fact that that's going on, as was recalled by the French writer Albert Camus when he talked about the experience of the Second World War. If we don't believe in anything, if nothing makes sense, and we can't invoke any values, well, in that case, everything is allowed. There's no good, no evil, and nothing is important. So, if we were to accept that reasoning, we'd have to admit that reason stands on the side of the successful party and no one else. And the rule which we use to assess humankind, the yardstick, would simply be effectiveness. So, in other words, the law of might is right. I want to say to you that ultimately this way of reasoning is the justification of killing. In a world where that occurs, the life of a woman, a man, or their children will always depend on fate or some whims of good or evil, arbitrary decisions. In a world like that, all of those that live without condemning hatred with all of their might are as guilty of homicide as the person dropping a bomb or pulling a trigger. Particularly if you have the voice and the power to say enough, as we do, as all the leaders that we are in this room, we have, with that in mind, greater responsibility. we refuse to rule in favor of those who have might or money, and we say that we're labeled as utopian, nursing pipe dreams. But what is history if not a continued utopian voyage? There will be people who simply want to do things that produce short-term results. But in general terms, shortcuts lead us to the edge of precipices, to the abyss. And the fact is, we don't need to be successful in the way we understand success today in the Western world to continue fighting for a fairer world, because we know that what we have together has allowed us to change the world, to make it more just, have more loyalty, more solidarity, more inclusion. We've done that. So, distinguished delegates, when we are invited to submit, to bow down, when it is said that intelligence is somehow irrelevant, when people want to show us that you can lie to get an advantage, to get ahead, we want to say no. We're not giving way to cunning trickery, violence or passivity. Let us say no to all of that. I can and I must respect the person who likes blue more than red, someone who is of a faith that's not my own, the person who thinks it's better to increase or reduce taxes according to the circumstances. Ultimately, I can and I must respect diversity of opinion. But at the same time as I respect different opinions, the opinions of those who think different to me, I face the outrage, the fact that people lie. And what's all the more outrageous is that they're aware that they're lying. Perhaps, for example, it's been said at this very rostrum today that there's no such thing as global warming. This is not an opinion. It's a lie. And lies must be fought against. Of course, we can discuss the best way of tackling global warming, or we can talk about who are more responsible than others, but we can't deny global warming. We can argue, we can discuss how the Nazis managed to govern such vast swathes of Europe, but we can't deny the Holocaust. We can study the secondary effects of a vaccine, but we cannot state with no evidence whatsoever that vaccines cause autism. The world needs a true, genuine dialogue between those of us who think differently, between people who have different visions of the world. It's for that reason that we created the United Nations, for that precise reason, to have dialogue and to decide that brutality is not acceptable, to decide that human rights must be protected regardless of ideologies or who's the victim or who's the torturer. That international law is the guarantee that reason will prevail over might always. Opposed against this dialogue, the other direction is lies and silence, and both will bring us to the edge of an abyss, into deepest suffering. So what is the task before us today? We have to chart the course that we want as humankind and work with the United Nations, who are paving this path. Chile is rallying behind this shared vision, this shared respect for democracy, human rights, social justice, equity, unfettered respect for the freedom of expression, climate action, all of these things that stand as pillars of hope and action to address the difficult changes and weather these current storms. Today, we need to say loud and clear that we defend a commitment to democracy always in an nuanced fashion with no excuses whatsoever. For that reason, this week, together with Brazil, Spain and Uruguay and Colombia, we convened the second meeting for the defense of democracy. That was a collected effort that began here in the United Nations a year ago. We want to build bridges so that we can identify the shortcomings of democracy. We want to look at ways of remedying these shortcomings and of improving the quality of life of our peoples. We will not settle with simply pointing out what we don't like about the world. We will not settle for saying that doesn't represent us. We want to propose ideas that we want to see and champion them. With all of that in mind, I'd like to briefly dwell on one particular issue. I come from Chile, that is a tricontinental country. Tricontinental. It has inextricable ties to the ocean. We have more than 6,700 kilometers of coastline. We are a country that looks at the ocean, and as such we are proud of having been the first country in America and the second in the world to have ratified the BBNJ agreement to extend governed ocean area beyond areas of national jurisdiction. In recent weeks, we saw the 60th ratification necessary for it to enter into force. As such, the first COP of that agreement will be held next year. We do hope it will be held early next year. Here, I wish to reiterate the fact that we are ready and willing to have its secretariat established in our Pearl of the Pacific in the city of Valparaiso, because we believe that this agreement is an opportunity to make ocean governance closer to the global south. Chile is always also a country that looks towards and has an Antarctic vocation. Our leadership in scientific research is clear. We provide logistical support for research, and we have campaigns for the protection of this area. When you've gone to Antarctic, you will have done so through Chile. In 2 weeks, we'll have another meeting of the Commission for the Preservation of Marine Antarctic Resources. So I call upon states parties now to approve the proposal of the Marine Protected Area for Dominion 1. That was the proposal established by Chile and Argentina. We cannot simply exploit resources if we don't adopt appropriate preservation measures, because ultimately we'll see the destruction of marine life, which we also depend on. Let us not forget that we are part of one single ecosystem. Maintaining biodiversity and sustaining life on Earth is something we must urgently grapple with, and we need to do so with a sense of responsibility towards our ancestors, towards those we share the planet with today, and with a sense of responsibility to future generations. Distinguished delegates, as we have a situation of climate crisis, protracted conflicts and humanitarian crisis, against that backdrop, the selection and appointment process for the next Secretary General of the United Nations takes on particular significance. I come to this assembly convinced of the fact that always, even in the most difficult circumstances, there is room to take clear-sighted action as a collective body, action which is transformative and imbued with humanity. Human tragedy is never a foregone conclusion. We will not give up on the hope that there will be good in the world and that the United Nations we need can be built, because that conclusion depends on what we do. I want to say to you that regional balance must be respected in the Secretary General appointment process. It's time for Latin America and the Caribbean to have their moment. We are a war-free region with a rich diplomatic tradition. We forge consensus. We are unwaveringly committed to the UN Charter and have been since its very inception. Tackling the historic gender imbalance within the United Nations is important. We've never had a woman Secretary General, and that is something we must remedy. 80 years of history without a woman having been appointed Secretary General. The UN must reflect the progress made by the world and recognize that a woman at the helm is not just a symbol of equity, but also represents and reflects the fact that women are half of the population, and appointing a woman as Secretary General will send out the clear signal that women can occupy all parts of the world and nothing's closed off to them. Chile wants to actively contribute to that collective effort, and for that reason it is for me a great honor to announce from this rostrum that Chile will nominate our former President, Michelle Bachelet as candidate to the post of Secretary General of the United Nations.
Que además nos está acompañando.
She is here with us at this session. Michelle Bachelet is not only someone known to all of you on the global stage, she is a woman whose own trajectory is fully in line with the values that inspired this organization. She was head of state of Chile twice. Incidentally, she was also the first female head of state. She was also the Minister for Health and Defense. She was the Executive Director of UN Women and also High Commissioner for Human Rights at the United Nations. Michelle Bachelet has governed, has negotiated, has solved problems and has listened. Her trajectory, what she's done throughout her life, combines empathy with strength and resolve, experience with openness, and she combines all of these with a proven ability to make decisions and to take action. In times of mistrust and fragmentation, I firmly believe, and I know that this conviction is shared by my nation, that Michelle Bachelet is someone able to build bridges between the North and the South, between the East and the West, between urgent needs to find solutions and the urgent need to defend principles. With her leadership, the United Nations will be able to restore credibility, effectiveness and a sense of purpose in the face of current challenges. She will build on the legacy of Antonio Guterres that I can say has given the best of himself from the good of humankind within this institution. With humility and a sense of conviction, Chile presents this candidacy with the conviction, the certainty that Michelle Bachelet will be able to make a decisive contribution to making the United Nations once more a place for meetings, place for solutions and active hope for the world as a whole. Distinguished delegates, 80 years. Let us look back at those decades and let us take stock of the strides forward seen in international governance. In spite of the challenges we're facing, we can also say that we have made progress. But we are eaten away at by the feeling that progress is under threat. Who will draw the maps of the future? We want to believe that those cartographers will not be those waging assaults on multilateral institutions and eroding their credibility. We don't want them to be those who humiliate the weak. We want all peoples together to draw the maps of the future. Together we represent all of those people, and together we will trace out clear maps so that we have not only a possible and viable future, but one that is full of dignity for everyone and respects them. And to achieve that goal, this organization, let us remember the organization that was built on the ashes of the Second World War, after the failure of the League of Nations, this organization is crucial. And renewing it, changing it, reforming it is an urgent need. So, as a renewed organization, but one with the same purpose, it will be an organization that everyone works together in. The words of Victor Jara, that great Chilean singer, great Chilean artist, he talked about this great love of earth which has helped us to live. He loved peace, to enjoy life, love and freedom for everybody. He talked about those things so that his children could exist, his city could exist, and his people could exist. Let us, distinguished colleagues, move together, free and equal, similar and different. Let us walk along this shared path of seeking truth, justice, happiness, and justice. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Charter, I extend to all member states my heartfelt congratulations and best wishes on this occasion. The contemporary world is undeniably experiencing a period of instability, turbulence, unpredictability, and escalating complexity. Geopolitical tensions, efforts to reshape a framework of international relations, conflicts and confrontations in different parts of the world, along with series of security threats and challenges have posed significant risks to lasting peace and safety. At the same time, the consequences of climate change and growing social inequality impose restrictions on the process of sustainable development and sustainable global development. In such a complex and turbulent circumstances, the role of the United Nations as a platform for inclusive dialogue, cooperation and the promotion of peace and security worldwide becomes more important than ever. In this regard, our countries should make joint and consistent efforts in international practice to protect this principle, return to full compliance with international law. In this process, strengthening equal cooperation among small and large states is also considered to be an important and timely step. Madam President, Tajikistan's National Development Strategy 2030 is fully aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we support a full and timely implementation of this item of global agenda. Unfortunately, developing countries, particularly those mountainous and landlocked, face multiple challenges and difficulties in achieving these goals. Particularly vulnerable countries feel the need to take serious measures to ensure sustainable development, financing, and improve access to financial resources. Despite significant attempts in this field, the amount of funding for sustainable development offered by the international community continues to be insufficient to address their current need. This situation necessitates timely response, the allocation of additional funds, and a review of approach to the international financial architecture and system. Tajikistan advocates for effective and fair reforms of international financial instruments. At present, we are observing varying degrees of economic progress among nations, and the influence of developed nations and international financial organizations could play a significant role in tackling this issue. Many developing and less developed countries remain vulnerable to the impacts of economic and financial crisis, poverty, infectious diseases, including COVID, natural disasters, and food insecurity. They need to implement effective financial support measures, including debt relief. In our view, now is the high time to seriously consider this important item. Ladies and gentlemen, today climate change-related issues in various countries around the world, including Tajikistan, pose serious obstacles towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Our country, with 93% of its land covered by mountains, is deeply concerned of an adverse effect of this situation. Changes in the hydrological cycle, a series of floods and droughts, and severe dust storms over the past decades have had a direct impact on Tajikistan's water and energy resources and food security. Every year we suffer tremendous material and financial losses due to water-related natural disasters. Regrettably, these phenomena often result in loss of life and the destruction of vital infrastructure. The impacts of climate change and rising temperatures have led to accelerated melting of glaciers and the deterioration of marine and ocean ecosystems. I would like to recall that Tajikistan hosted the high-level International Conference on Glaciers Preservation this summer in Dushanbe. This meeting brought the international community together to intensely deliberate on issues related to the cryosphere. It is worth noting that of Tajikistan's 14,000 glaciers, which are one of the region's main sources of drinking water, more than 1,300 have completely melted, and the rate of melting of these ices is accelerating. This is even though Tajikistan's glaciers and other water sources account for up to 60% of St. Asia's water resources. We must not remain indifferent to the matter of addressing issues related to the source of human life, water. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan plays a proactive role in water diplomacy. Our country is taking practical steps in cooperation with its international partners as a part of its latest initiative, the International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028. I call on member states and stakeholders to actively participate in the next event within the Dushanbe water process, the high-level international conference which will be held in Tajikistan next year. This event will undoubtedly give a new impetus to our continued joint efforts within the framework of the Water Action Agenda. We are confident that it will also serve as a solid foundation for preparations for the 2028 United Nations Water Conference in Dushanbe. Madam President, strong institutions and legal literacy are the ground of a just and stable society. Today, the international community is witnessing disrespect for and violation of international law, which is the foundation of order, peace, and stability throughout the world. We emphasize the need for strict adherence to international law and the resolution of all disputes and disagreements within the framework of the law. Being deeply aware of this reality, Tajikistan proposes that the United Nations General Assembly considers proclaiming an International Year of Legal Literacy. We call on all member states to join this initiative and strengthen the global culture of transparency and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid adoption of digital technologies and the effective use of artificial intelligence can noticeably contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to extend my profound gratitude to all member states for their unwavering support of Tajikistan's proposal to adopt a special resolution entitled "The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Creating New Opportunities for Sustainable Development in Central Asia." I'm confident that the resolution adopted by the General Assembly on July 25th of this year will serve as a key instrument for the safe and equitable use of artificial intelligence in our region. We, in this context, consider the establishment of a regional Center for Artificial Intelligence in Dushanbe to be favorable. This center would undoubtedly facilitate an implementation of joint initiatives and projects among Central Asian countries in the field of artificial intelligence. It is worth noting that, along with the improvement of digital technologies, the number of new security threats, particularly cybercrime, is also growing. We therefore emphasize that cybersecurity must be an important component of collective security. It is evident that, along with cybercrime, terrorism, extremism, illegal weapons smuggling, drug trafficking, and other forms of transnational organized crime continue to pose a serious threat to the global security. Tajikistan supports the further expansion of international cooperation on global security within the framework of the Dushanbe counter-terrorism process. We are determined and willing to establish constructive interaction within this process with international organizations and the UN member states to even more enhance efforts to counter the aforementioned threats and security risks. We believe that relevant UN agencies, in particular the Office of Counterterrorism, can make an effective contribution to the comprehensive implementation of global counterterrorism strategies and programs and strengthen their support to all member states in this area. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan gives full support of the resolution of all disputes and conflicts through political and diplomatic means. We must redouble our efforts to enduring, lasting, and comprehensive peace based on international law. A year ago, from this podium, I proposed considering a special United Nations resolution proclaiming a decade of promotion of peace for future generations. A year later, the adoption of such a resolution has become even more pressing. In today's complex and volatile world, this initiative will create conditions for international cooperation to achieve lasting peace. I call on all UN member states to support this proposal for the sake of our current stability and a better and prosperous life for the generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we emphasize our principled, invariable position on the Palestinian issue. We believe that lasting peace in the Middle East is possible only through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions and the principle of the two-state solution. In this regard, we recall the need to resolve this issue exclusively through negotiations and diplomatic means in accordance with the international law, particularly the Charter of the United Nations. We call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and access to humanitarian aid. Tajikistan also supports peace and stability, overall security, and socio-economic development in neighboring Afghanistan. We are ready to render our full assistance in these processes, and in this regard, call on the international community to provide humanitarian assistance, especially to regions affected by drought and recent severe earthquakes. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan supports the comprehensive reform of the United Nations system within the framework of the UN80 initiative, UN 2.0, and the UN Secretary General's vision for a modernized United Nations. At the same time, we welcome the Pact for the Future as an important collective initiative to promote peace and sustainable development. These initiatives embody the shared aspirations and will of the international community to respond to modern threats and challenges and build a solid foundation for future generations. We reiterate the need to strengthen the key and coordinating role of the United Nations in ensuring inclusive peace and security. Only with trust, cooperation, and unwavering determination we can build a just, peaceful, and sustainable future for all humanity. Tajikistan stands ready to cooperate with partner countries and all United Nations member states in achieving these noble goals and addressing other pressing issues on the global agenda. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Aoun, President of the Lebanese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, fellow colleagues, heads of state and delegation, I stand before you today to talk about peace, development, and human rights. At a time when some of my fellow citizens are facing death, parts of my country are under occupation, and while my homeland and my people live in uncertainty. This situation takes me back some 77 years ago to the drafting committee of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. During one of the debates, the late, great Eleanor Roosevelt stepped in to support one member's opinion so that he is not left alone, as she said to those in attendance. The dissenting member respectfully responded, "Honorable lady, my concern is not to side with the majority or the minority, but to align with the truth." The author of these words was no other than Charles Malik, the Lebanese philosopher who worked alongside other great minds of the time to give humanity this eternal declaration. He was also granted the honor of presiding over this august assembly from 1958 to 1959 to represent my country, Lebanon. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I recall this incident today, first, to express my profound sense of pride and my heightened sense of responsibility as I stand before you today for the first time in my capacity as President of Lebanon on the 80th anniversary of this great organization. Second, because our session focuses on examining the inherent relationship between three human virtues: peace, development, and human rights, and between these three virtues and my country, Lebanon. The Lebanese experience, alongside lessons from our region and the world, have shown that there can be no development without peace, for growth cannot take place within chaos, and prosperity cannot be achieved amid conflicts and wars. Peace is the only foundation for development. Experience has taught us that just as there is no development without peace, there can be no peace without justice, and no justice without human rights, particularly the right to live in dignity. Without dignity, peace becomes an illusion, and the only growth will be in poverty, underdevelopment, violence, and bloodshed. Since the establishment of this great organization, its charter stipulated the need to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples. These noble principles remained on paper for 80 years, as the blood of our people was spilled on the ground. The reasons might be numerous. One can attribute them to the authoritarian nature of man, the nature of relations between countries based on power struggle, hegemony, and the race for absolute dominance in all fields. However, another reason has stirred this tragedy. At least 30 years ago, since talk began in this very chamber about a new world order. The reason is related to the issue of identity and plurality within any society or within societies and countries, especially in the era of globalization. On the one hand, people need one another. On the other hand, they fear for their identity. This led to an emerging issue that drove humanity back to the path of conflict. Let us acknowledge here that religion remains a primary factor in defining the identities of human groups. In the name of religion, countries are at war with one another. In the name of religion, many countries have imploded from within. Furthermore, religion continues to shape the world in profound ways. While Islamophobia and xenophobia grow in the West, the East is still haunted by the memory of colonialism and the remnants of old religious wars. Despite remarkable scientific progress, the world finds itself trapped in a bygone era. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, at the heart of this dilemma, Lebanon plays a unique role. This is its raison d'etre. This is the significance of Lebanon and its message to the world. Amid the global clash over religious identities, Lebanon stands out as a nation where Christians and Muslims coexist as equals under a constitution that guarantees equitable representation to both communities in the Parliament and the Council of Ministers, with full citizenship for all individuals. This model is open for progress. This model was criticized by some. However, it offers a unique, evolving approach, as the late Pope John Paul II observed. Lebanon is more than a country. It is a message of freedom and plurality for the East and the West. End of the quote. I reiterate and emphasize a message of freedom and plurality. In a region where people are killed or kill over their religious belief, or even for displaying a symbol of faith, in a weary world torn between those who want to impose religious attire and others intent on banning it. Lebanon offers a unique, unmatched, and irreplaceable model. A model that deserves to live, that must exist for the region and for the world. A model that allowed me, as an Arab Lebanese, to serve as the only Christian head of state from East Asia to the coast of Europe. My country, Lebanon, the land of human secularism with profound faith, without any imposition or prohibition of any kind. A model that requires all those who are committed to a better future for humanity to ask the following two questions. First, why would there be an international and UN obligation to preserve Lebanon? And second, how can we achieve this goal? First, indeed, there is a human obligation to preserve Lebanon. If this model falls, this model of coexistence between two different religious communities that are completely equal, where else around the world can we replicate this experience? If Christians were to disappear from Lebanon, this equation, this delicate balance will fall, and with it, justice. If the Muslim community in Lebanon no longer exists, this balance will also fall. And this will also undermine justice. The fall of Lebanon, precipitated by the loss of any of its integral components, would foster the rise of extremism, violence, and bloodshed, both in our region and in the world. It is clear to me today that many of the underlying causes of the war on Lebanon, as well as the deeper, more insidious motivations behind it, have been aimed at dismantling Lebanon's unique model. These actions serve to justify an Orient fractured by conflicting identities and perpetual ethnic rivalries, destined to remain in a state of ongoing conflict. While certain may benefit from this situation, however, it is ultimately in the interest of the world and humanity to strive for international peace. Hence, the success of the Lebanese experience will set a benchmark for any country. This model today is a vibrant, steadfast, and energetic country determined to live, resolutely refusing to succumb to adversity. What it takes to save it? Simply a clear and firm stand, in words and action, aimed at liberating all the Lebanese territory and securing the exclusive sovereignty of the Lebanese state, enforced solely by its legitimate and legal armed forces over its land. This is the unanimous will of the Lebanese people since the declaration of November 27, 2024, which was adopted with the support of the United States and France and this very organization as a mechanism to enforce UN Security Council Resolution 1701. I reaffirmed this commitment in my inaugural address following my election as president in January 2024, and it was also approved by the government in its ministerial statement of February 2024. Throughout our negotiations with President Trump's envoy, Ambassador Tom Barak, we worked on drafting a paper to guarantee full stability on our land, to which we are still bound and still await the same commitment by other concerned parties on our borders as well. This is what Lebanon seeks. Let me be more frank. Allow me to feel some pride for my country and my people, for they do deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly an exceptional country by all measures. We are a country that each year receives people from the Lebanese diaspora, the equivalent of a third of the country's residents. This underlines the unwavering connection between the Lebanese people and their homeland. There is hardly a major project in our region that does not bear the signature of a Lebanese person, nor a cultural or artistic event that lacks a Lebanese imprint. In fact, it is almost certain that Lebanese contributions can be found in every significant endeavor. Among the member states of this distinguished organization, one could scarcely find a nation that does not have within its borders a member of the Lebanese diaspora who is engaged, productive, and creative. These individuals integrate harmoniously with their host societies. We, ladies and gentlemen, are a country capable of embracing modernization, and we have started already implementing a gradual program of financial and economic recovery. Together with an independent financial audit, a fair restructuring of the banking sector, and the modernization of the administration, we have also taken on the fight against corruption and organized crime to rebuild the trust of the Lebanese people in their state and the world's confidence in Lebanon. Simultaneously, we have launched legislative and institutional reforms consecrating the independence of the regulatory bodies of the state's productive sectors and enhanced the independence of the judiciary, aligned with international standards in the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism. Our government has also recently joined the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, in line with our history of commitment to the principles of international legitimacy. We are also set on advancing public freedom, combating hate speech, and empowering young men and women in the decision-making process. We can only be prosperous if our citizens, all our citizens, live in dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is dedicated to investing in quality education, and we are expanding today this investment to encompass a knowledge economy. Lebanon is also an essential crossroad for global trade corridors. While advancing on all these fronts, our country simultaneously shoulders numerous burdens. And we shoulder these burdens with responsibility and seriousness. Most pressing among them are the persistent instabilities along our southern border. We call for the immediate cessation of Israeli aggression, the full withdrawal of its occupying forces from all Lebanese territory, and the release of our hostages, that we shall not forget nor leave behind, and we insist on the complete implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. This will be achieved with the help of the mandate given to UNIFIL, working in coordination with the Lebanese army over a transitional period to achieve peace and stability. In this context, allow me to extend my gratitude to the members of the Security Council who adopted the resolution to renew UNIFIL's mandate to help us achieve lasting peace and stability. However, the deep underlying causes of our crises extend beyond our immediate borders. This is why it is our moral, human, and political obligation to call for an immediate end to the devastation taking place in Gaza. We urge the revival of a new political track aimed at finding a just and permanent solution to the Palestinian question based on the resolutions of international legitimacy, the principle of the two-state solution, ensuring the right of both states to a secure and dignified existence, as ratified by your General Assembly, with a majority of 142 states out of 164 states in the New York Declaration. The second major burden Lebanon is carrying now is the unprecedented displacement situation taking place on its soil, which, measured by capita, stands as the largest in history. Lebanon looks to the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as to the Syrian authorities, to address this critical issue. Through direct negotiations and with the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we aim to reach comprehensive understandings and agreements across different aspects of our bilateral relations, the goal being the dignified and safe return of the displaced Syrian citizens, as well as the restoration of the special relations between Lebanon and Syria in good neighborliness and close cooperation in various fields, overcoming the misunderstandings of the past. The third burden crippling us today is the reconstruction of Lebanon following the Israeli aggression on our soil, especially with respect to the infrastructure necessary for the return of the Lebanese Authority to the Lebanese border towns and to the rebuilding of homes and villages bulldozed and demolished by the aggression. For there will be no stability if it is not rebuilt and its beauty restored. Furthermore, there's the issue of providing the necessary means to our legal armed forces so that they may take on the task of defending and safekeeping our national integrity. We remain hopeful about the public initiatives to organize international conferences dedicated to that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon does not seek special privileges or favors. Indeed, it calls upon the international community to act with responsibility, fairness, and equality, thereby enabling Lebanon to reclaim its role as a land of freedom and plurality. This very spirit underpinned the Distinguished Assembly's resolution on August 16, 2019, to grant Lebanon's request to establish the Human Academy for Dialogue and Conversions within its borders, a resolution that was for a time overshadowed by the many crises Lebanon has faced in recent years. Today, Lebanon is intent on reviving this vital initiative. Our intention is both to reassure ourselves and to send a message to the world. Lebanon is returning to its rightful place, both within the international community and among the nations gathered at the United Nations, a true platform for human values and the advancement of humanity. In closing, I reiterate the opening theme of my message. While I stand here today advocating for peace, my countrymen are being killed. The conflict is still very fierce between Lebanon being a land of life and joy and a platform that spreads both values to the region and the world, and Lebanon being a place of sorrow and wars, spreading both woes to the region and the world. We in Lebanon have made our choice. We choose to be a land of life and joy, and we shall abide by it. I call upon you all, for the sake of peace in our region, for the good of humanity, stand with us. Do not abandon Lebanon. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Lebanese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ministers, ambassadors, and delegates. I am delighted to once again stand before you to issue an address at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. 8 decades ago, we wanted to serve peace, development, human rights, and we've been doing that for 80 years. After that 80 years, we now have to take stock of our progress and ensure that we keep pace with today's world. In 1945, March, we adopted the Charter of the United Nations following 2 world wars. At that time, war was still raging in Asia. Decolonization had scarcely begun. The Soviet Union was extending its empire, and we counted deaths in the millions, and we unveiled the horror of the Shoah. Yes, at that stage of the world wasn't yet complete, but at the same time, nevertheless, we were, through resolutions and with resolve, building our desire to spare succeeding generations from the scourge of war, and we declared our faith in the fundamental rights of mankind, and we made a commitment to create the conditions for justice, to foster social progress, to practice tolerance, and to live side by side in peace. We were not dreaming, and we invoked our past to help us. And after 80 years, I want to say before you that we were right to dream. We had the right to dream. Our world today deserves the same resolve we had then in terms of working together. 51 of us were at San Francisco, and now 193 of us are gathered here in the General Assembly. The text that created this organization enshrined the principle of collective action and enshrined common values. It defined robust processes. And I know, nevertheless, how great frustration is. We see that states are unequally represented, particularly on the Security Council, and that fuels frustration. And that's why I unequivocally support its expansion, the reform of the Security Council, particularly its expansion for the African continent. I also know the extent to which political and social balances and states of place have changed and different actors have taken on more responsibilities. Many people are asking about whether the United Nations promises have been upheld, whether it's in sync with reality, and whether it brings with it any benefits. Let us not kid ourselves. This 80th anniversary is not a fact that we can just accept. Conflicts, international, national, state conflicts are proliferating. The criminal and terrorist activity is proliferating, and people are deliberately trampling on the Geneva Conventions as if war was just about terror, revenge and victory. Haiti, Burma, Ukraine, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The list is as long as it is unconscionable. There are more and more cases of violence being weathered by people whose nations are at war. Major transformation is also underway for us all across the globe. Climate change is not under control. Biodiversity is collapsing. Efforts that the majority of us are ready to make are coming up against the obstacles of the cynicism of a few that can make a difference but refuse to do just that still. And we see the technology picking up pace. They pave the way to horizons of opportunity, but they also pave the way for dangerous forces because they're not regulated. Global trade is weathering tariff wars, and that's another form of imbalance, globally speaking. Alarm bells are ringing out loud, but that doesn't extinguish hope. Our divisions do not mean a lack of hope did not mean Syria wasn't able to free itself from war. Ukraine is staying the course, and peace is possible in the Great Lake regions. We've also adopted treaties, ambitious agreements that some people thought were impossible. A treaty on pandemics, a treaty to protect the high seas, another to finance development. The world's complexity is not a reason to throw in the towel on our principles and our ambitions. To a certain extent, ours is a moment of paradox. We need, more than ever before, to restore the spirit of cooperation that prevailed 80 years ago. And however, in spite of that, we're we're isolating ourselves. There's more and more divisions, and that's plagued the global order. The world is breaking down, and that's halting our collective capacity to resolve major conflicts of our time and stopping us from addressing global challenges. France is proud to be among the people of the United Nations and pay tribute to all the people that serve them, soldiers wearing blue helmets that maintain peace where no one else wants to go, humanitarian personnel and healthcare workers that come to the aid of the most vulnerable, legal specialists, observers, rapporteurs that bear witness to the reality, ensure that the rule of law can prevail, that arbitrary whims do not rule the day. I'm talking, of course, about our NGOs, our nurses, our journalists, and many other people who bear witness to the fact that this organisation cannot be replaced. It is for this reason that those that are its harshest critics are also those that want to change the rule of the game, because they want to exert domination. And these are people that do not want the common good to prevail. They want to serve their interests, and that is the major risk of our time. The risk of seeing the facts as they are just become the ongoing state of play. We don't want to see might is right prevail, but that's the risk. We don't want to see the selfishness of some people win the day. That's the risk. The risk is that some people, an elite, will decide the course that the world will run, and that they will forget that there's an international community. There needs to be respectful relations between peers. There needs to be cooperation between peers. That alone makes peace possible. That alone makes it possible to address climate change, to have a successful digital transformation, or to fight against military proliferation. It is for this reason that 80 years later, our priority is to really find the crux of effective multilateralism, to get back to that gem, collective effectiveness. We need to be clear here. The anti-game of some people makes it almost impossible for our organisation to be collectively effective. They're playing against us. We need to work together to get back to that collective multilateralism. There's no point here in dividing the North from the South to think that there can be a united West in the face of a global South. That's a pipe dream. That's a vestige of an era where we wanted to isolate ourselves in blocks, pitting ourselves against each other. Here at this forum, there are only men and women that don't share the same religion. They have different visions. Their civilizations sometimes differ, but they have decided one fine day that building peace, rising up to challenges, particularly the challenge of inequality or the major transitions of the world, they forgot their differences to cooperate together. It is for that reason we need to consolidate existing rules and the institutions that guarantee our collective authority and our collective effectiveness. Human rights remain the very fundamental pillar of the United Nations House, and they give coherence to all of the action we undertake. And at a time when conflicts spread and increase in number, we also have mass human rights crises that we're facing at the same time. Our duty is to ensure that there is a respect for international humanitarian law. We proposed ensuring that as part of the global initiative that we champion alongside a number of counterparts: South Africa, Brazil, China, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and the ICRC. Let us support the ICC in its fight against impunity. Let us allow the orders of the ICJ to be implemented, their rulings be upheld. The authority, the force of law is our best chance in stopping the rule of might is right from prevailing. Upholding our values is the only way of throwing out a double standards principle. We've always called out that principle since we came together as a global parliament. Peace and security are everything. For that reason, it's so important for Ukraine to resist Russia and have peace. They need to get their territory, their children, their wealth, and their future back. The Russian aggression is not a problem of Europe, but rather a problem which plagues us all. It's our problem. It poses the eternal question of the force of law against might is right, freedom against imperialism. Ukraine didn't want war. Ukraine wants peace. France too wants peace. The Europeans want peace. The United States of America want peace. As such, Ukraine has a fundamental right, that is to live in security and to no longer fear that Russia will attack once more. It is for this reason France, with the United Kingdom, built a coalition of the willing, bringing together 35 nations to give Ukraine crucial security guarantees for the long term. As such, we're creating the conditions for a robust, just peace which will allow the Ukrainian people to really be masters of their own fate. And what happened in recent weeks in Poland's airspace, Mr. President, Romania, the provocations that we saw in Estonia and elsewhere are the proof that all European people are also challenged by threats of Russian destabilization. And unity can thwart those. Ukraine has often said it's ready for a ceasefire and can agree to negotiations. It accepts them. It's now up to Russia to prove that it can choose peace, even at a time it's stepping up attacks against Ukrainian civilians and the provocations to which I've just referred. France is ready as we wait to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine alongside our European partners and all those that understand that we need to hold Russia back to preserve the global order. And I welcome the proposal we saw a few hours ago from the President of the United States, recalling the gradual weakening of the Russian economy. I welcome what he said, the on-the-ground failures of Russia. In more than 1,000 days, Russia's hardly gained 1% of Ukrainian territory. There have been so much loss, so many civilian victims, and few territorial gains. I welcome the fact that the President of the USA believes in Ukraine's ability not only to hold the course, but to uphold and ensure its rights prevail with us. It's because there is this refusal of double standards that France will stand side by side with Ukraine as we do for peace in the Middle East. Yesterday, we adopted a credible plan to put an end to the war in Gaza, to preserve a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, to allow the release of all hostages and to save so many lives. We've charted a course towards peace, which requires first and foremost that hostages still in Hamas's hands are released, that strikes on Gaza cease. And I am delighted that Saudi Arabia and France have convinced a large number of the members of this assembly to sign the New York Declaration. 142 members of this assembly have signed that declaration. We've held out our hands to forge the path towards peace, immediate peace, release of hostages, ceasefire, stabilization of Gaza, the demilitarization and the dismantling of Hamas, and a reciprocal recognition of two states and a Palestinian state which is demilitarized, which recognizes Israel, an Israeli state which recognizes the state of Palestine, and all the states of the region that have not yet done so, we hope will recognize the state of Israel. Through this mutual recognition, that is in fact a path towards peace. It's also the stability of the region as a whole that we seek to build. There cannot be any security or stability for Israel if we have a permanent war being waged with its neighbors, peace with Palestine, in the West Bank and in Gaza, and throughout Jerusalem, peace in Lebanon. There, the struggle against terrorism cannot be waged to the detriment of sovereignty of the Lebanese people. And it's for that reason I am delighted at the work that we have undertaken hand in hand with the United States of America, with the United Nations and UNIFIL to build this path that will make it possible to restore Lebanese sovereignty, to make the Lebanese armed forces once again able, with UNIFIL, to really anchor their sovereignty and to build this monopoly over weapons, a monopoly that can only be held by the Lebanese armed forces. Lebanon breathes easier when Hezbollah is weaker, and the rest of Lebanon will breathe even better when all of armed caches, when all of the arms held by Hezbollah are back in the hands of the Lebanese armed forces. There's no other choice. We'll soon hold a support conference for the reconstruction of Lebanon. And we'll also support the conference that our Saudi friends will hold, supporting the Lebanese armed forces. In the same vein, Syria must recover its unity and its sovereignty. Syria is freer since Assad's regime fell. I received the transitional president in Paris. I welcomed him there. I'll see him again tomorrow. And with several states of the region, we are striving so that Syria can we can respect all components of its civil society, because that's where its strength lies. At the same time, it's in finding that unity once more, they will be able to also fully recover their sovereignty. The region can only be in peace if the Iranian nuclear program that has been partially destroyed is once again fully under control. It is for this reason France, Germany, the United Kingdom triggered by way of a collective agreement a process leading to the restoration of all international sanctions previously imposed upon Iran. Iran alone is responsible for being in breach of its obligations, but they have decided to open the doors to the IAEA and allow them to inspect HEU stocks and to conduct inspections. The next steps to come will be decisive. Either Iran makes a gesture and goes back to the path of peace and accountability that make it possible to get back on course and for the IAEA to do its work and for stockpiles to be transferred, or sanctions will have to be imposed. I'll have an occasion to meet with the President, if needs be, tomorrow. On each of these crucial issues, France puts forward concrete proposals, solutions. The plan for the war to stop in Ukraine exists. The plan to make peace in the Middle East is on the table. A plan to put the Iranian nuclear program back under proper control exists. The plan to restore the full sovereignty of Lebanon in the south exists. We always want to be the partner of all of those who share this demand that everyone take effective action. However, there is a risk that we will stop taking action and look away from too much suffering. The humanitarian tragedy currently in Sudan is undoubtedly the biggest of those facing us today. It's up to us collectively to rally, to mobilize, as we did in Paris in 2024. Let us coordinate our efforts to act together so that the warmongers accept negotiations and put power back in civilian hands. In the same way, in the Great Lakes region, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Democratic Republic of the Congo must be upheld. We need to return hope to the people of Kivu and to the hundreds of thousands of people that have been displaced. And it is also for that reason and it's also for that reason that we will meet next month in Paris, all of those able to respond to the humanitarian urgency and bring together initiatives of peace. And I'm delighted at what's been done by the African Union, by so many neighbours, Qatar, USA, but the humanitarian emergency needs to be addressed. We cannot forget any of these conflicts. We have no right at any time to lose heart. This capacity to take a leap of action is our source of strength. That's what brought us together 80 years ago. We have no right to get tired, to show fatigue. There are so many crises, one after the other. I'm quite clear-sighted alongside you when I look at today's world. Everywhere, we see the risks of proliferation once again return, and new threats emerge. There is an urgent need to rebuild a credible framework, a verifiable framework to combat any nuclear proliferation, to rebuild a credible framework to once again contain these threats, ballistic proliferation. I'm not forgetting bacteriological, chemical threats, or the new risks that posed by AI, cyber technology, space technology, quantum technology. We have common frameworks, but they've been weakened in all of these domains in recent years, sometimes because some people sort of said they were outdated, and sometimes because the rules for verification weren't properly observed, sometimes because the pace of technological development meant that these frameworks, their capacity to innovate, was not enough. Technological change was going too quick. However, we've got no right to give up. We have to build that crucial framework for peace. The same demand for effectiveness, effective multilateralism is one that we need to uphold for our global challenges. The Secretary General attaches great importance to our organisation, and he has ambition for it, and that's shown through his initiative UN80, and I share his concerns about our organisation. Yes, we need, at this time of disarray that I talked about as a result of these major issues of war and conflict, we can't forget there are so many global challenges that mean that we must all come together. Let us stare straight in the face global imbalances, all economies affected, all economies, and I'm speaking as one of the richest among them, but also middle-income countries, developing countries, and of course the poorest nations among us. All of us, if we can't have organised international debate on major global imbalances, if our response is a fragmented one and we don't work together, we exacerbate these problems. Today, our challenge is to look at how we can help China to develop the internal demand that it really needs. How can we ensure that productive capacities that China's been able to develop in recent years, these technological capacity, sometimes there's technological transfer, and that's good, but they need to be conducted hand in hand with harmonious development and respectfully the environment. How can we correct US trade imbalances? How can we do that through corrective measures, not through tariffs that takes the rug out from under international trade? There's Europe that needs to respond to collective needs for collective investment, and we need to shoulder that responsibility. These challenges mean that we need to cooperate. There needs to be cooperation between major economies, but we can't pit the G7 against the BRICS, and that's the very rationale behind our agenda for the French G7 of 2026. Of course, we'll work with the Canadian presidency of G7 and the coming presidents of G20. We need to return to that spirit of cooperation that is vital, because that's what will allow us also to have a common agenda to finance our global challenges. Let's take a look at things today. Everywhere we're eroding our common ambitions to finance major global challenges. Collective financing for healthcare is plummeting, as is financing for food security, as is financing for education. These challenges are, however, our challenges, even more than they were before the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. And so it is absolutely pivotal that together we prove ourselves able to develop concrete solutions and find new financing to address our challenges. The European Union decided to mobilize. The Commission's President's speech was great in this connection. We are mobilizing financing as Europeans to meet these challenges, but we must do so within a renewed framework. That's what we tried to do together during the pandemic itself with our African partners, during the financing summit which we held in 2021. The work we did there was work we continued at the 4P summit, where we developed this pact for the prosperity of peoples and the planet. Ultimately, the agendas were the same. Together, we need to work together better to address global economic imbalances. We must develop an agenda of growth everywhere, but we must do that to also help countries to finance education, healthcare, stabilization and food security, and help them to address challenges of biodiversity and the climate. Let us come off the horns of a dilemma. We don't need to choose between growth, climate change, and biodiversity. We can do everything if we mobilize private and public financing within a framework that brings together, reconciles east, west, north, and south. That's the framework we've built. And now what we need to do is expedite the transition that's already underway. And I thank you all. The heads of the World Bank, the IMF, have commented on these efforts, but we need to go faster. The frameworks we developed have already become obsolete. We need to mobilize more private financing to accompany transitions in middle-income countries, developing countries, and the poorest nations. We must develop guarantee mechanisms that losses will be covered, and we need to mobilize more private financing to help those countries and help them to grow. That is vital if we want to avoid crises, destabilization tomorrow. This agenda is an agenda which brings us together. And in some way forces some people to cast aside selfishness and avoid a situation whereby others are alone facing their challenges. It is for that reason we must also continue. Whatever the ill winds that blow, continue to mobilize to stop biodiversity loss and help the climate. As I was saying, together we were able to notch up victories recently. The Nice Treaty that entered into force through collective rallying. We finally have a regulation framework for our oceans. That was something we'd been waiting for decades. The same collective mobilization is what we must see on plastic. We need to develop an international treaty that aims to put an end to plastic pollution. The same mobilization is what we need to have to mobilize biodiversity credits and give more consistency to our carbon credits. This same rallying needs to be seen as we move towards the Berlin COP. France and Europe will be at that meeting, and we will be in step with the 2030 goals. We will mobilize all financing necessary to usher in this transition, whether that be public or private financing. We have no right to turn away, stray from the course towards the goals we set ourselves. We have no right to simply crumble and become isolated. As you've seen, all of these global challenges, education, healthcare, agriculture, food security, biodiversity, climate, the fight ultimately against all inequalities that destabilize our global order require the same spirit of cooperation, the same spirit that I talked about, the spirit we showed in the face of war and destabilization. Our challenge is the fact that crises, there's a plethora of them, they're growing in number. My speech was long and quite comprehensive, but I do reassure you I'm coming to an end. But I forcefully say to you once more, in spite of all that, in spite of the long list that sometimes gives the impression that we might be overwhelmed, our duty is to remain on our feet and to continue to act together. 80 years ago, those that preceded us were facing collapse. The war hadn't finished. The worst had just come to pass. A world already divided was kind of stuttering, and it was up to them to build the treasure that is the United Nations. We could overwhelm our assembly, level criticism against it, reproach it for everything. Not all reproaches are fair, some are. This assembly is us. If it's ineffective, it's because some people are blocking it. And sometimes it's the most powerful. If it's not going fast enough, it's because people don't have enough resolve to make things move forward. The United Nations is all of us. There's one thing. It's that we don't have a right to be cynical. We don't have the right to get fatigue. We can't have this defeated heart, because our world is here before us, and our risk, the risk that we face, is that of fragmentation, that the law might is right will prevail, the status quo prevailing, cynicism, and to some extent that we will lose control. Yes, the loss of control. That's what all of our peoples are experiencing. Fear in the face of a future they no longer control. The fear in the face of migrations that they're weathering, a climate that we can no longer control, fear of inequalities that we can't bring under control, a fear in the face of a war we can't stop. This fear has one friend, the strongest friend, the mightiest person that was able to prevail, the cynic that was allowed to prevail. We have one responsibility, that is to act together, build this multilateralism once again with the same faith, with the same resolve as the founding fathers of this assembly. We need to do that with even more effectiveness, but with the same will. We cannot give ground to injustice. We can give nothing to fatality or the sense of the inevitable. We need to act, act, and act. So it's up to us to do just that together. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Sadra Shadia Zaparov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to sincerely congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as the President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish her every success in her work. This year, we mark the 80th anniversary of the UN, a unique institution that has stood guard over peace, security, and development for nearly a century. Over these 80 years, despite numerous conflicts, the world has fortunately been spared the outbreak of a third world war.